dobry. Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo miło mi
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the CEE Edu Digital Summit. This is the second event in what I hope will be a growing series. And even today's event is much larger than the one last year. My name is Michał Giersz, and it will be my pleasure to see you over the next couple of hours. We will also have the opportunity to have a number of talks today, and what we are going to have today is a discussion about education, technology in education, and the revolution that's going on, that we are witnessing, and hopefully some of you are participating in it actively. We will also talk about what to do in order to change the proportions a little bit. We have got this digital revolution that we are observing and we are witnessing, but we will talk about what we can do to participate in it and shape it rather than just being a passive observer. We have a great collection of great experts, experts in education and technology with us today. And naturally, I would like to welcome all of you, but in particular, let me welcome the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Digitization, Krzysztof Garkowski. Good morning, Minister. We also have the Deputy Minister of Education and Science, Andrzej Szybtycki. Let me also introduce the organizers of today's event. It's the Digital Poland Association, which is the organizer behind the summit. So that's the first of the co-organizers, and the other is CEE Digital Coalition, which is a digital industry coalition that brings together different countries of Central and Eastern Europe. So these are the organizers of the event. The honorary patrons include the following institutions: the Minister of Digitization, Minister of Education, Minister of Science, NASK, the Ombudsman of Children's Rights, and the Dajemy Dzieciom Siłę Foundation.
Byśmy dotarli jak najszerzej i jak najdalej. O to zadbają nasi patroni medialni.
We also have the media patrons, and these include Dziennik Gazeta Prawna, the Rzeczpospolita, and natemat.pl.
Zapraszam także do odwiedzenia stoisk.
There are a number of stands in front of the room, so I would encourage you to visit them and see what our partners have brought about. And these are the names of the partners.
Media Expert, MDP, Samsung Polska oraz Suntar. Serdecznie dziękuję i gorące oklaski.
And I would suggest a big round of applause for the partners. So this is it in terms of saying hello. And let's now officially open, and I would like to invite the president of the Cyfrowa Polska Association, Michał Konowik, to join us on stage.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa niezmiernie serdecznie.
Good morning. Let me welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Prime Minister and the ministers in particular. But I'm especially happy to see the practitioners, teachers present here. These are the people who would like to talk about how to introduce digitization in Polish schools in an effective way. We'll present our report on digital school, and during the presentation and the different panels today, we will try to show you how important it is to carry out the digital transformation of education, how to prepare the young people to enter the grown-up world, which is digital already and is becoming even more digital very fast. When I was a child, I was taught at school that before I cross the street, I should look left, look right to check there are no cars coming, and only then can I cross the street. I hope we can teach the young people of today similar safety and security rules for the internet. We should teach them what to do to avoid hate and bullying and other symptoms of that sort online. Today we will try to join forces to show you how to do it. School also has to prepare young people to enter the adult world. I deeply believe that the generation which is now in primary or secondary school can enter the adult world and enter the labor market and be successful in doing so. Digital technology allows everybody to succeed as long as you have an open mind. When we travel around Poland and talk to students, I am strongly convinced that each and every one of them can in the future become the new founder of companies like Google or Apple. And to wrap it up, let me just say that what I think is the most important message to the young generation is that digital technologies should make our lives easier and give us more time for our family, hobbies, relaxation, but we have to remember that technology is there for us, not the other way around. And this is something we need to teach the young generation. Our foundation feels co-responsible for this, and together with the state administration, schools, teachers, parents, and the whole educational industry, we can prepare the young people to use digital solutions in a safe and secure way. I'm sure that the debates today will be very interesting. We have two stages, two sessions in parallel. The second will be of a more workshop nature. So I wish you a very good conference, and this is it from me. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Dziękuję. Michale, Michał wspomniał o tym, że to wydarzenie dziś będzie się odbywało na
Michał has just mentioned that there are two stages or two parallel sessions, but this is not on yet. In fact, we will have workshops with teachers and representatives of technology, but the second stage opens at 11. So we still have some time, and right now let me invite the Deputy Prime Minister to join us on stage.
Szanowni Państwo, serdecznie witam na CEE Edu Digital Summit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CEE Edu Digital Summit. This is the second edition of this conference, and it shows that it is possible to combine business and education. These experiences can be shared and accountability can be developed, accountability for technology, in different circles. For example, today we are going to talk about education and the youngest people whose lives are impacted by technology more and more. At the Ministry of Digitization, I recently presented information about how children use technology, how much time they spend online. And just to remind you, according to the reports, a typical young person spends 5.5 hours online during the week and over 6 hours at the weekend. All in all, this translates into 40 hours in a week. 40 hours, which is a typical full-time equivalent. This is the number of hours that adults spend at work. So if we don't find answers to how to protect the young people, how to prepare them for this new reality, then we will all be in trouble. I'm a father of 3, and each of them is also impacted by problems with having sufficient knowledge about the digital world. They range in age from 14 to 3, and they all have the same problems. We have to be able to prepare children like these rather than ban them from things. Otherwise, the young people will definitely become addicted to the internet, and they may also be threatened by different risks. So we need to give them the right tools, and these tools should be developed during events like this one today. And that's why I would like to thank the organizers for keeping it up and for organizing the second conference in the series. And this is definitely a good place to talk about the role of students and teachers in this process. This is what the today's panels are all about. We will be talking about digital education, digital school, and how to provide the right services and the right care to students. So let me start with the student. What is the place of the student in a digital environment? Well, it should be absolutely key. The student and the parent should be the key person. Students should be given the knowledge and the awareness of what the digital reality is all about. If we don't do that, we'll have a situation like today. Today, over 80% of parents declare their children have definitely not had any contact with nude photos of their peers or any erotic or pornographic content. When the same study is done among the young people, it turns out every other young person, or maybe even 65% of young people, have had access to content of that sort. And this shows us the huge difference between what the parents think and what the reality is. And your involvement is necessary to change this state of things. The Ministry of Digitization and the Ministry of Education and Science are also participating in developing a curricula that will help the young people in this respect. Digital competencies have become very important these days, and there are governmental declarations concerning how we want to develop them in the young generation. At the same time, we want to raise awareness among the young people. And the reason for that is that the average age at which a child is given a connected phone in Poland these days is 8 years old. Now, we have to understand what the perception of an 8-year-old is. Without the necessary support from the parents and the teachers, an 8-year-old will find it very difficult to cope with the types of content that they are presented with. But the same goes for high schools and universities. I used to be a university teacher myself. We talked to people about digital content a lot, and this was mostly related to music, games, and using different portals and social media platforms. If we only think about that, we will be making a huge mistake. We have to teach about digital services on two levels, software and anything that's related to it, but also hardware skills are necessary. By combining these two important elements, knowing about hardware and having the soft competences in digital services and applications, only then can we say that we are actually seeing and covering the whole market. This is related to a number of important factors. First of all, safety and the threats of the different types of content that is available, disinformation, and the problem being the lack of knowledge about how to tell a true story from a fake, and the skills necessary to counteract all sorts of threats that are already there and that will emerge in the future,
technologicznego wpływu na życie
as
człowieka.
the
Dlatego tak duże
influence
zadanie
of
przed
technology on
nami
human life
stoją,
grows.
ale nie chciałbym,
These
żeby
are
się wydawało,
big
że to jest
challenges
zadanie
for the
tylko dla
Polish
polskich szkół.
schools,
To
but
nie
this
jest
is not
zadanie dla
just
polskich
a
szkół,
task for Polish schools.
administrację
This
rządową,
is something that
myśląc o legislacji.
everybody should join in. The schools, the public administration, and we are working on it. We are trying to combat fake news and harmful content. And this is not just related to pornography, but, for example, hate speech. Online hate, as a result of the prevalence of social media, has tremendous impact on the lives of young people. 40% of teenagers say they have been subjected to hate, and this is something we must not turn a blind eye to. I often talk about the different fields of responsibility for modern digitization. I'm a fan of regulating certain sectors. When we talk about what the young people should be treated like, well, the state should provide regulations to help them stay safe. However, I don't believe that bans are the best way forward. For example, there's been public discussion and people have been saying we should ban mobile phones from schools. I'm not sure that's the right way forward, just banning the devices. Accountability and responsibility for how the phones are used is the correct way forward, I believe. I'm also not a fan of saying that or this approach we had so far, that we just give everybody a laptop at school and say, go ahead and play. This is what we call digitization. In fact, digitization is a technological revolution. After the pandemic, after our experiences in remote education, we now realize it was a disruptive change rather than technological evolution. And most Poles experienced it in the past few years. So if we are to teach a young person, we need to provide them with the necessary care. That's why we have a new project at the ministry called a digital student. We have handed out hardware to students, and now we want to teach the students about how to use computers in practice and how to steer clear of threats. The Digital Start, a compendium for teachers and parents, is a great book, and I'm happy it has just been published. It's a great compendium of knowledge and a very good example of how NGOs can complement the things that public institutions do. NASC has published a number of publications on that, and they have been cooperating, and we have been cooperating with NGOs as well. And this is about digital competences in the areas we have talked about, future competences using virtual reality. For example, this is a new guidebook available on our ministry website, which shows how virtual reality will change the way schools are experienced. An important element that we tend to forget about is that we need to create in the young people the ability to understand where the computers came from and how they appeared. It's not something that they can imagine. Computer was not invented by Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates or Steve Jobs. It was not created by big corporations, although they are making money on it now. So the big corporations should now give back the value they have been collecting and using for years, like the data, for example, the data about both young and older people. So the big corporations should be aware of the fact that that humans should be in the center of this. These corporations have a huge impact on Europe and the world, so humans have got to be in the center. People are citizens of the country, not corporations, so it shouldn't be the corporations that should be telling us what services they will give us, but we should know what we need and what we demand. Isaacson's book Innovators made a huge impression on me, and this was an eye-opener for me. I read about Ada Lovelace, the mathematician who was one of the first to acknowledge the significance of computers. Tesla, Walter, Lovelace, these are the sort of people we should talk to young people about to see how we are responsible for all of it, and that mathematicians and engineers are the people who really create new solutions. The application is just like an add-on or a plug-in that is there, but it uses this hardware that has been developed by engineers and scientists. If we understand both sides, both the software and the hardware, that's when we can create a future. I'm very happy about the NASC annual report on teenagers. They give us an idea of what digital reality will be like in the near future. When we look at the statistics about how much time we spend online, it's clear that
22-23 roku były badania, bo wtedy musi poniżej 5 godzin.
it has already grown compared to, for example, 2022. In other words, year by year, the amount of time young people spend online is growing, and we've got to realize it, we've got to acknowledge this, and this has to be recognized by the public administration as well to provide safety. Now, this has to happen through three areas: legislative responsibility, public consultations, and also analyzing the consequences, which means research and analytics. Without the correct knowledge about how different solutions work, digital school, which will be the thing for the next 10 years, will not be good enough and will not be responsible for the future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that this conference will give you a lot of answers to questions about how to live in this coming decade and how to create this conviction and how to create a situation where the young people will not be seduced by the digital world. How to give the young people skills and competencies without them being threatened by some of the risks. I hope this conference will be very interesting to all the people who participated, and on behalf of myself and Donald Tusk's government, let me assure you that we will be doing what we can in terms of digital education, and in the coming weeks and months we'll definitely be coming up with new solutions that will then be consulted with the wider public to make sure they are the correct ones. Public consultations and working on good solutions together is what we are going to be working on, as opposed to imposing solutions that the government created. It's key that the students and parents are satisfied and that the teachers know that the state has helped them. Have a very good conference.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie premierze.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. And I promised you that today we're going to have discussions. So it's time to start a discussion. Our first panel, we will talk about the road towards digital education and whether we as CEE and more general as a continent, as the European Union, have strategies that are either ready or already underway. Let's introduce the panelists. Those who are with us online, one more thing I forgot to tell you. We'll change the language, we'll switch into English, as we have a number of guests from abroad. If you feel like it, we have headsets.
And introduce our guests for the first discussion panel. Dr. Kristina Kallas, the Minister of Education and the Minister of Education of Estonia. Good morning. Natalia Miteva, Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Bulgaria. Hello. And
Hello.
Justina Kogite of the Ministry of Education, Science and Sports in Lithuania. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi. And with us on site, you have already met Minister Szeptycki. Let me please introduce you to the stage. And Kajsa Humlebo of Digital Strategy at Sollentuna Commune, Greater Stockholm Metropolitan Area, if that's correct. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Before we start the discussion, just two things. First, we will, of course, secure some time for questions when the panel is finished, but if you have like an urgent question that you need to ask or a remark that you feel like you need to do, there are microphones around. Please wave your hand and we'll try to make it happen. So this is just the one thing, and if not, then still, in like 40-45 minutes, we will have some time for questions. That's one. And two, just to kick it off, I was wondering, maybe the first questions I would like to ask the guests here and online, welcome them as well. How many of you, by show of hands, thinks that we are on like a brink of some sort of a revolution, or are actually in that revolution already? Well, I do, yeah. And so then, do you think we need to act, like do stuff, change the education system, for example, to, adjust? No. Yeah, thank you. And how many of you think that this is going to happen in like 5 or 10 years? We're going to have a different sort of education? No? I don't. Frankly speaking, yes, I wanted to see how many of you actually think that much is going to change, because I think the social sort of environment is changing a lot and has been changing for quite a while, and yet the educational system somehow is, I believe, very similar to what we had 100 or 200 years ago. We have 45-minute classes, even that, curriculums, classes, and all that is very similar to what we had, 100, 200 years ago, although the whole environment has changed. So now I want to ask those questions to everyone who's joined in this conversation, starting with the minister. How do you feel about it? Are we in a revolution, or are we adjusting in a pace that the revolution actually has?
Well, I wouldn't speak about a revolution in the case of the education sector. By the way, I'm representing, formally speaking, the Ministry of Higher Education and Science, so I may refer more often to all the teenagers than to toddlers. So I'm not sure if we can speak about a revolution, but we can certainly speak about very significant changes which are being introduced with the development of new digital tools. I think like everywhere, The turning point was exactly 4 years ago, March 2020, when the pandemic started. And then suddenly, everybody of us at school, at the university, at most of the companies, we were forced to use new technologies, and within a few weeks, everybody learned what was Zoom, what was Microsoft Teams, and several other tools. Well, commenting on what you've said, are we living in some 200 years old system? I think several young employees would say the same about working at a company and having to come for 9 a.m. every day.
Okay.
Some of them, more and more of them, want to work, from home, online, and the bosses are not very happy. And that's exactly what I'm having. I'm also teaching as a professor at the University of Warsaw. And especially after the end of the COVID, we see very clearly that students are much more favorable to online solutions, like they would like to sit at home and learn, while we, the professors, we feel that this transfer of knowledge seems more efficient still face to face.
Yeah, but and again, we did not come to this point on our own. We needed an earthquake, a global pandemic, to actually adjust to online solutions. Although they were there. We could have done this before, and only something external had to actually show us that not only is this doable, but actually needed.
Certainly. Before the pandemic, I was teaching students in some other countries from time to time, but we never came to the idea. My dean, my students, I could teach them, those who are here in Warsaw. Now it's completely normal. But I think the key point a little bit, it's not. It's not the question of the technology by itself. The question, who are you dealing with and what are you working on? This depends very much on the context. When you are meeting good colleagues of yours, when we are working on a research project, and from time to time we need a quick contact, Zoom is okay. When you are meeting students you've never seen, and you're meeting them for half a year online, like during the COVID, I think the same is for kids at school. It's a disaster. So if you have some kind of offline, let's say, background, offline basis you can build on in the digital world, it works.
It's a disaster also just for them not to be able to meet their friends and colleagues,
of course,
and classmates. Kaisa, how do you feel about it? Like, are we progressing in the right direction?
I think when you talk about a revolution, I think in society there is a lot of things happening, but in school perhaps a bit slower. But I think that we are under pressure in schools as well to sort of change education because of the needs from the younger generations, as well as the need to sort of change how we use technology in the classroom, because the kids are being used to have, the quick responses and sort of stimulus all the time, and we have to sort of adapt to that. But I wouldn't say that there's a revolution in that sense, that I can see that everything is changing really quickly in education. No, it's like a big cruising ship that you sort of have to steer in a direction. But it takes time to change behaviors. And that is what we need to sort of face this progress.
Okay, so now I'm challenged with the online solutions, but I want to ask Mr. Callas how she feels about it. If we are progressing with what we are doing with education at the same pace that we are progressing with all of the other industries or branches.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I very much like your introduction that our education system has been not changing much in last 100, 150, 200 years. It's because the current system of education where we operate is this industrial era education. 200 years ago, education changed very significantly. It was a huge revolutionary change because education became some kind of a mass system to everybody, because the age of industrialization required that people were literate. Otherwise, they couldn't work in this industrial age. And I think we are currently in the similar change, like very paradigmatic change for the education system. And it's not about technology in the classroom or using hybrid methods of teaching. It's the question about what we teach, the content of education. So this industrial era education that required everybody to know math, reading, and some basic knowledge on science, this is challenged now by lots of technology that can do this to much faster pace and in much better quality than the humans can. So the AI is putting us into sort of a evolutionary challenge, because the competencies that we need to teach to kids in education is not anymore just basic reading and basic math and basic science knowledge. The competencies are much more in higher cognitive level. And I think that's what the education system is currently under the pressure. It's not so much about whether we use smartphones in the class or whether we use some programs. It's about what skills and competencies we actually need to teach to children compared to, for example, for the last 100 and 150 years. So these are completely new competence levels that the children need to acquire in education system.
Okay, so I see Ms. Natalia Miteva nodding her head, and I want to ask, so what do you do to actually, I don't know, change the curriculums, the subjects, to adjust the program at schools to what's just been said?
Well, dzień dobry, everyone.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień
Thank
dobry.
you for having me. So it's a pleasure to be able to speak alongside all of you, and thank you for the questions. I would like personally to great sense of urgency, specifically in Bulgaria, to be quite honest, around digitization and AI. And that is not because we have been talking about technology and education for so many years, but because the results, the student results are showing us that we need a faster pace of adapting education to where the world is going. So to quote the latest PISA results that came out in December 2023, we have, at least in Bulgaria and across the OECD, there is a decline in outcomes by about 15 percentage points. I hope you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
I hope there's a decline across the OECD of about 15 percentage points in student outcomes, which can be attributed partly to the pandemic, but not entirely, unfortunately. It would have been easier to explain that just with the pandemic. So it seems that we're doing something at a slower pace than necessary to address the motivation of students and the needs and competences they need. And we're doing that across the globe. There is a global challenge in education. And in Bulgaria, we've unfortunately expanded the gap, the achievement gap between high and low achievers. So that tells us that we need to introduce more flexible models of both organizing the classroom, how and what we teach, and also of what schools mean and what learning experiences mean for each student. So I completely agree with the colleagues earlier that what we teach is absolutely critical today, and how we teach it is just as important. I believe where we teach it is not as critical anymore, and I would agree that devices or the method of teaching would not be primary as long as we achieve the new goals we set for ourselves. And I believe there needs to be a change in the goals. For example, knowledge transfer can no longer be the sole goal of education. A lot of curricular reforms across Europe are moving more toward life skills and competences, and Bulgaria is also launching a large-scale curriculum reform exactly in the same direction. And one of the key facets to that is that the digital skills are horizontal, so they're not just constrained to an ICT subject anymore, but digital skills are considered a basic literacy, so they would be taught across all subject areas. And the other sort of change in the mentality is that we believe that tech savviness and technology savviness and digitization is basically the new literacy. So we are considering it as such and incorporating that in our new model of curriculum.
Thank you. And Justina, first of all, sorry to have kept you waiting, but I guess, doing this partially online has its challenges, and keeping it sort of organic is probably one of them. Yes,
That's
so
okay.
we've said a lot about knowledge transfer not being the sole goal of education. I believe that's of course true, especially in challenging and times that also offer great opportunities in the digital area as well. How do you tackle it? What's the idea with Lithuania, for example?
Well, firstly, I want to add that during the COVID, we had to use digital tools and solutions because in Lithuania there were periods where it was the only way to have the lesson. And now what has changed that we see that our teachers want to use digital solutions. They want to use them. So that's a transformation. When we are talking about digital transformation, we should firstly talk about people, how people are changing, how they are adopting the technology. And what is about our teachers that we see that they're quickly adopting it. We have in Lithuania a big project called digital transformation in education. It's broadly a support system for teachers with their competence building, with the solutions, with the digital solutions, with the curriculum reform, and etc. So uh, the first view is to help teachers because technology and the tools are not here to change them. It's it's here to help them to be more effective and to have more better lessons.
Okay, so I need to touch this topic. I thought we could go there later, but I'm afraid if we're short on time, I want to drop the bomb just now. I myself work in the, say, creative slash technology slash entertainment industry, and when someone in the room says AI, people go nuts. Like, all of the artists, but also, coders, programmers, engineers, many people are like super hateful, which is sort of understood. And usually I think it's with many new stuff, but especially the one that we see as threats. And we're there, where those tools are being developed as we speak at a pace that no one could have thought of. We see Gemini doing unbelievable things that ChatGPT was almost doing, but now someone else is doing it, and it moves at a great pace. So I want to just drop the buzzword in the room and ask, like, each of you, whoever waves their hand, what do we do with AI in education? Is this a challenge? Is this an opportunity? Will it, take people's jobs, or is it maybe necessary for students to learn how to cope with AI or to utilize AI? How do you feel about it, and is it going to change our scholar system, higher education, primary, high schools, and so on? Minister.
Thank you. When you speak, when you ask about AI in education, the first word which comes to everybody's mind is probably the question of plagiarism and anti-plagiarism mechanisms. So that's certainly a challenge, but we've seen a similar challenge 20 years ago when everybody got access to the internet. And students started copy-pasting from internet, and we've learned how to deal with that, okay? We've created efficient anti-plagiarism mechanism, so I suppose we are now working on it at the AI level. We in Poland, we have the unified anti-plagiarism mechanism used for example, BA, MA theses, and since recently it incorporates also an anti-AI plagiarism module. But I think this plagiarism issue is only, I would say, the top of the hat, and there are, let's say, deeper, more fundamental problems. This is in particular the question of how much we can trust AI on different levels, in particular on education level. The problem of so-called hallucinations of AI. Okay, we have the student who asked AI to write a thesis. I mean, basically it's wrong, but at least I would like this thesis to be correct. And the problem is, it is very often incorrect because the AI, for the moment, very often doesn't know the truth, okay? So the student doesn't know it, does not care about it. And then we as, once again, teachers, we have to deal with that. And on a more fundamental level, it's more about science, less about education. This sometimes becomes really dangerous because you have also scholars who may over-rely on AI, and then we will be using the results of their studies in our life, in medicine maybe. This becomes really dangerous. To conclude, I'm not saying AI is only a danger. It gives us lots of possibilities. When I'm doing math with my kids, I'm not preparing now, you know, some kind of examples by myself. I ask ChatGPT, please prepare me 10 equations, and then we are solving them. So this is a huge opportunity, but at the same time, we have different challenges, not only plagiarism, but more fundamental issues like these, you know, truths, hallucinations, and so on.
Okay, so let's stick to ministers. Minister Kallas, how do you feel about the opportunities or challenges, what's more, what's less with AIs?
I think AI is an absolutely fantastic opportunity that is there. And the reasons for this is that it really puts us under the pressure of stop focusing on repetitive learning process that has been there for 200 years, just memorizing, repeating, memorizing, repeating, memorizing, repeating. That's what the humans have been doing through the education system for the last 200 years. What AI is basically putting us under pressure is stop doing this to the large extent and use our time in education system for developing exactly these skills that are above what AI is today capable. And these are these higher cognitive skills of analytical skill capable of analyzing the information, not just taking in the information, but analyzing the information, critically thinking and comparing and producing new information based on critical thinking, analytical skills. It's about ethical skills. I mean, ethics is becoming one of the fundamental features of education system, the whole discussion about the ethics and morality, because the AI is creating unethical and biased results quite often. And we as humans, we need to have the skills of ethical and moral analysis of the situations and judgments. So these are completely new competencies that we are not used to teaching in education system, especially analytical and critical thinking skills. This is not what our curriculums are quite often targeted at, and that's what we need to do. And that's how we need to redesign the education system and the teachers. And the main focus is actually on teachers. It's not whether the teachers know how to use one or the other program or a tool or a machine. It's about whether teachers have the skills to develop those higher cognitive skills in children, especially analytical skills. And my argument would be that they are not ready yet, because we are still used to teach, as a minister from my colleague from Bulgaria said, we are used to teach the way, for the last 200 years. We give the information, please memorize and please repeat after me on the exam. So I give you information, you memorize, you repeat after me. That's the method that's not going to work anymore with ChatGPT. We can compete with ChatGPT and think that we can do it better, but I don't think that's really a smart thing to do. So we as ministers of education, our task is to really redesign our curricula and especially focus on competencies of the teachers to be able to teach this new level cognitive skills that are much more required in a very technology-rich environment in which children are operating in the near future.
And there's just one more thing, I think you touched upon this. Sometimes, I mean, the digital competence is crucial because sometimes you just don't simply know. You can ask ChatGPT, like if you ask, give me 5 equations, it will. If you ask them a direct question, I mean, them meaning ChatGPTs, Geminis, all whatevers of the AI world right now, it wouldn't necessarily give you the proper answer. Not just that. Sometimes you can point it out. Hey, are you sure it's correct? And it will say, yeah, I'm sorry, I did not, this is what actually happened, I know that. And it says, yes, I didn't know, but I thought coming up with an answer is better than not coming up with nothing. Kaisa, and what I would like to ask is like, how do you teach, young people to actually find this competence, to know that this is not necessarily, the ultimate truth because chat or whatever other tool said that this is so?
Nothing. Here we go. No, but I think that you just mentioned about asking ChatGPT questions. That means that you don't understand what's the difference between like a generative language model and a search engine, for example. It's like differences, and you won't know what tool you should use if you don't know what they're there for, what they are built from. And so you have to use them. So you asked earlier, should we make AI available for the children? Of course we should, otherwise they won't know the differences between these sort of tools. And I'm really happy to hear, it's like honey for my ears, Ms. Callas, when you talk about the difference, what we have to change what we teach in school. And AI, and I think we've been using AI for quite a long time in technology, but when people say AI now, they mean generative AI.
Of course.
Yeah, and I think a generative AI is like democratizing language for the first time, democratizing creation, because we've been thinking that it's a human skill to create content, to make art, to make music, to write texts in different ways. But now that is challenged. And then we have to think about what is it to be, what is specifically human, what can we do? And that is something we have to address in the education system. What is school? Is it to teach our kids how to use this new technology and evaluate it and use it as a tool to build upon? I think we are facing a lot of challenges with this, and I think it's good because we do have to think about what is school, what is learning, what is teaching, because that is what is under pressure right now. So AI is just like you talked about the pandemic as being sort of a push. This is also a push to sort of evaluate what should school be about.
Okay, so Natalia Miteva, if that's a push, do you feel that push or a shove? Like, is there a push in the system? Is there a more urgent need than before to adjust, to change?
Oh, I believe so, yes. And it's not felt by every teacher immediately. There's a lot of resistance in our teacher workforce due to a variety of factors, just general fear of the new, the fact that education is usually more conservative versus the business. We have a reasonably high average age for teachers in Bulgaria, which also is one of the factors to that predisposition and fear. But on the political level and at the leadership level, we're giving a very clear sign that for us, AI is a great opportunity in education. And that is why we issued some very detailed guidelines to the school system, to the, in fact, school and university educational system about how to use AI meaningfully to better the administrative processes and reduce admin time and spend more time on pedagogy, how to use that to individualize your approach with learners. And in doing so, I want to thank my colleagues in Poland for the fact that we studied your experience from last year and the initial guidelines that we produced. And we build on them, so I'm very happy to be able to share what we have now released as guidelines to the system. And to be quite honest, the system is responding to this sort of sign of leadership and vision, and the qualification market for teachers and university professors is responding. So there's a lot of offerings now on AI for teachers. Quite importantly, and this is the last thing I'm going to say on that, the fact that AI urges us to work on teaching students or learners how to ask questions versus coming up with answers is a profound new chapter in how we think about education. So that is one of the main reasons we believe AI is a great transformational tool in helping us speed up this both curriculum reform, but also the entire mindset about how technology can speed up the process of more individualized learning and a better assessment that is targeted around skills and competencies.
Okay, though I feel this is, how to put it, somewhat general, I think. But I want to move on. I want to move on to Justina. And if this was some sort of a more, I would say, general framework, what would be the little bits inside it? What in practice do we need to do to actually, when we discuss kids being able to utilize the technology somehow? What are we able to introduce in the system, in the educational curriculum or the procedures in general now or in near future, not in 5 years?
Lithuania has a national AI strategy, and there's a big focus for the development of AI-related skills. In our view, teachers are key agents whose personal success in delving with AI is the success of the education system as a whole. In relation to teaching and AI, we focus on three areas. So I think that would be the framework. So firstly, learning with the AI, exploring already existing AI applications, tools, explaining, applying, and introducing them to students, learning about AI, using already created content, courses, teaching students and teachers with the platforms. And the third is preparing for AI. So that is raising awareness, critical thinking, special attention paid to teaching about the impact of AI on people, teachers, students. So that's like a human centered approach with the ethics and privacy should always remain a priority.
Is this happening now or is this to happen? Or will it happen?
In Lithuania, it's happening because we have the digital competences courses for our teachers. We have improved informatics program for the students. So we're at the process.
Okay, so we have approximately 10 to 15 minutes, and I wanted to touch upon two topics. Yeah, we do have the general European digital competence framework. And I wanted to ask how each of the countries fits into it, but let's maybe change the focus a bit or the angle. I wish to actually ask you if you see this framework fitting the reality. Coming up with a strategy and then coming up with laws that would actually proceed with the strategy takes a lot of time. The reality does not wait for anyone to come up with a strategy. It just happens. Are we even able to keep up with whatever's happening? Having the best intentions in the European Union, is this still a framework that fits the reality? Yeah. Yes. There's.
Is not still.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's good.
Well, I think, as you said, because it's constantly changing. It's like digitalisation is about, building the airplane while we're flying it, more or less, because you have to adapt all the time. But I do think the digital competence framework works nicely it is pointing us in the right direction. In the Swedish curriculum, in the Swedish curriculum, you can find all this, parts of it. But it's the way of how you interpret it in the classroom, is the way what you do in the classroom that matters in the end. And what we found in Sollentuna municipality, we did a really big study. We really went in depth into every school in the municipality to see what can we see, what sort of proof can we find that this is happening in the classrooms, and what we found was that, I mean, we've had one-to-one devices, one device for each student for more than a decade in our classrooms. So there's a high sort of digital, where the teachers are digital mature, but we realized that they were not using the tools in the way they should be or should be used. It's like they bought this really expensive car, like if they bought a Ferrari, but they were just driving it on the first gear. And they were not really using it to evolve those digital competencies that we can see in the framework, and like cooperation, critical analytical thinking, and the problem solving and creating. It was more or less used like a typewriter and an administrative tool. So it doesn't matter if you got all the hardware, it doesn't matter if you got the frameworks and the curriculum, it's about the practice. And then you really have to give the teachers pedagogical and technical support. I mean, in every school there should be a really good technical support and pedagogical support to make the change in the way they teach, so the kids get to learn what's in the framework. That's a long answer to a question,
but it's a complicated issue and a complicated question, I guess. Okay, so I would love to wrap it up. Give each of you, say, a minute and a half, starting with Minister Kallas, to point out up to 3, but it could be just one, but up to 3 most important challenges that education in this area that we're discussing right now is facing in your countries. Minister?
Yes. I think Kaisa actually said what is the challenge. You have a Porsche or Ferrari and you drive with one gear, or you drive it like a steam engine. You have a jet engine and you're driving it like a steam engine. So this is the challenge. We have said, and instructions to our teachers in school said that if you do the exercise and you run it through the ChatGTP and ChatGTP does your exercise perfectly, then this is a wrong exercise to give to the children. Redo your exercise. So this is the thing, that you can't just change the tool, but leave the assignment the same, because the assignment is the one that teaches the competencies and skills, not the tool. So if your assignment is for 20th century and the tool is for 21st century, it's not going to change the way and what the kids learn. So your assignment has to be also from 21st century. And that means that, again, we come back to what we have been just discussing here, is that we can't continue teaching the way we used to teach by just replacing textbook with the iPad and think that that's the revolution. That's not the revolution. The revolution is what kind of assignment you give them and what learning process actually takes place with this new digital tool, and what will the kid learn, I think. And for that, if I use my minutes a bit more, is that the teacher competencies are crucial here. If the teacher does not have digital world competencies, the teacher cannot proceed with this. And I think the other important element is that autonomy of the teacher profession is crucial. If the teacher is there to just wait for the ministry or somebody from top down explain to them what they need to do in the curriculum, that's not going to work. And I think in Europe, believing that you create a strategy and then the teachers will be implementing it is not a very successful way to go. You need to train the teachers, give them the competencies, and then the strategy will work, because the best decisions about the pedagogical issues are made closest to the child, and that's the teacher level. And that's how the teachers need to have the highest competence levels on that.
Thank you. And then to jump all the way to Sofia, to Natalia Miteva, you've mentioned the sort of conservative approach from the teacher's side or the system's side in general. And this is also what Minister Kallas, I believe, touched upon. Is this one of the challenges, or maybe you have, more important ones?
I think Minister Kallas said a lot of absolutely spot on things, so I will just build on that. In terms of digital transformation, in addition to what exactly she just described, we have a couple other challenges. And I think number one is to have up-to-date data on how the system is performing. For us, it still remains a challenge and we tend to base policy decisions on how we feel and believe more than on precise data of what works and what doesn't. And I think for us as policymakers, that is a critical change to make. Which means building enough systems, measurement instruments, building measurement within how we think about education as we go along. And as we introduce different tools, also measure what is the added value or efficiency of those tools. Number two, in no particular order, challenge is digital well-being. And as your Deputy Prime Minister mentioned in the opening remarks, screen time and how developmentally appropriate screen time is one thing we're studying now and coming up with recommendations. Online bullying and online aggression between peers in terms of students, but also overall we see a doubling of incidents of online crime against young people year to year between 2022 and 2023. There's also data that using devices for leisure, such as cell phones, is negatively correlated with mathematical outcomes. That's data out of PISA. So clearly, the more time students spend with personal devices at school, the more their results drop. So what do we do? Do we ban them? Do we, what do we do? So, and last but not least, media and information literacy in today's world is also a basic literacy, and it contributes to well-being in the digital world. And only 1/3 of young people in the European Union can distinguish fact from opinion. And that incredibly important. And last but not least, the ethical use of AI continues to be a really important factor, as well as the actual skills of teachers on how to use AI tools.
Thank you. Minister, you wanted to add
Well,
something?
several challenges like the role, the competences of the teachers, hallucinations of AI have been already mentioned. I would like to touch on one issue which was not really discussed for the moment. This is the multitude of tools, digital tools we are using and the problems which are related to it. First, on the administrative level, in education and out of the education sector, we have several more and more performant databases, administrative systems, but very often they are incompatible. So this is one thing we should probably look at when working on different strategies. Second, this is about iPad and other stuff. They are what we call in military and economic studies, they are dual-use goods, because kids may use them to learn, but very often, also in class, they use them to play. So it's sometimes difficult. I mean, when I'm looking at the student, he has a computer. I have no idea if he's taking notes or if he's on Facebook. If he's laughing during my class, probably he's looking on Facebook rather than listening to me.
Depends on you.
Well, yeah, but I mean, sometimes it's obvious, okay?
Yes, of course.
Finally, on one side, there was this issue, should we prohibit kids to have mobiles during the class? But at the same time, you have specific apps, well, Kahoot, just to name an example, which are specifically designed and used by some teachers as education tools. So we have to find a way through this multitude of different tools and how to use them.
Thank you. Justyna, your minute.
Well, I agree about the screen time. The balance between well-being and the digital tools is very important. We see this as a huge topic in general education in Lithuania. All the digital solutions must be in high quality and tested before using them in schools, especially in regards with the AI Act. I think that will be a next year's challenge. And of course, data and privacy. There is and will be a huge topic in regards with the personal learning platforms using AI solutions and integrated with those solutions.
And Kaisa, your final.
The final words. Wow, that's heavy.
Yes.
Well, I think something that we should talk about is also the joy and happiness of learning. And I think we have to stop. Our challenge, I think, is a lot of. I think we all share that problem that we do not have teachers that want to remain in the profession or new young people that want to become teachers. And because of that, we have to focus them, not just to say that they need to develop the digital competence, but also how can we support them and how can we make it wonderful to sort of work as a teacher with the autonomy, as you said, Ms. Callas, but also to sort of stop the measuring. We're measuring our kids and our teachers to death, I think, at least in Sweden. So a bit of more joy and sort of investigative teaching where you sort of explore together and sort of put the joy back and the curiosity back into learning. That is what I would wish for, and that is something we're not talking about enough.
Thank you. And we are over time, but I did promise you some time for questions, and I try to be a man of my word for now, at least in here. If there are any questions, please, yes, there's one. The other side, there's a microphone.
Potrzebny mikrofon. Dzień dobry Państwu, Grażyna Ochman, Środek Doskonalenia Nauczycieli w Zielonej Górze. Jestem również nauczycielem zawodu. Mam właściwie pytania, które nasunęły mi się po pierwsze po lekturze,
a number of questions that came to my mind after reading the OECD report on the essence of learning and some other literature. IT will be everywhere, and we know it. There will be some devices or screens as we drive along the road, and everywhere. On the other hand, we know that the brain is a social device. So the question is, to what extent do we have to take care about the balance between what we're doing in the digital world and in the human world? Can the digital world ensure the correct way of building social relationships, or should we strive for balance between the one and the other? My second question pertains to the fact that the complexity of the world is so high that we can no longer teach about the world in detail, in strict division into separate subjects. We should probably be teaching about the world in a more synthetic way, talking about certain problem areas. We need analytics for sure, but we should look at the world in a synthetic way. And maybe that will make it easier for us to analyze the world and to extrapolate. And extrapolation is not something we are very good at these days. Thirdly, I have to say, my students are very good at social media, but they are not very good at anything else that concerns a computer and using it. When I give them a task to search for some information online, they are sometimes very, very bad in terms of the results. So they are good in computer skills.
Yes,
but
please.
So the first one was like, you know, the digital,
as far as the social platforms are
area,
concerned.
the digital layer is wider and wider, and it's going to surround us like anywhere, on roads, streets, wherever. How do we balance the digital part of our lives with the social parts of our lives? That's one. Two is, and I think this is really like even more interesting. Like, are we able to teach the way we are teaching just now? The reality being too complex to divide for, you know, subjects and classes. This is math. This is physics. This is something. This is something else. It has to be like. Would it have to be more of a complex learning of all those issues at sort of, I don't know, amalgam. And the third one is the competence of how young people are digitally competent when it comes to certain areas, but not necessarily to stuff that they could be using for their education. We have those three questions: the digital/social balance, the way of teaching stuff, and the digital competence of the youth. Who takes which minister? Okay,
I'll go.
Kaisa, yeah, go.
Well, I think the first question is digital competence to me is also digital health, that you understand how it's affecting me and how I should navigate the use of it. So I think that is part of being digitally competent, that I know when not to use it and for what. And the teaching, I think, yes, I think we have to be more project-based. because we can't really go to a 40-minute class and then go to 40 another minutes with another subject, and you're supposed to sort of level up all the time as a student as you sort of go through the day. I think we do have to think about different sorts of teaching, as well as you said from Bulgaria as well, that we should talk about what we should teach and how we should teach it, perhaps not where, because it could perhaps differ in that way. And the third question, what was that? That was about
the competence that generally young people have a lot of competence when it comes to digital work, just in very specific areas sometimes.
They're very good at consuming.
Yeah.
But that is what they are. They're good at consuming. So when everyone say that, well, they are digital natives, they are born with it, you know, that's I shouldn't use bad words, but it's not true, because they're just digitally good consumers, and they're not afraid of pushing different buttons sort of on the screen. But we have in school, we really have to show them what the tools can be used for, which is creating and collaborating and investigating and researching, which is something completely different from what they do at home. So if we should talk about the debate about screen time is really massive in Sweden right now, but if we should sort of limit the screen time, it should be at home. Because in school, we really need to use it, because we have to learn the kids, we have to teach the kids how to use it wisely and in the correct way.
Well, on the first issue, digital life and social life, here I would say I don't have too many fears. I mean, when I look at young people, quite a number of them seems to be able to do that. When you go in the evening around Warsaw, I mean, just to give an example, when I look at my kids, they have lots of contacts, even if during these contacts they are always at the same time online. The second point, it seems to me much more of importance. I mean, social media, yes, but digital skills beyond this social media, this is something which is really lacking. Once again, coming to the higher education and science, we have lots of important digital tools to facilitate research. And to convince my students, research is not only about Google. There are more specific ties you should use as a future scholar. This is sometimes very difficult, because there is this belief Google, or maybe in future ChatGPT, is just enough. And using tools like Scopus, like ResearchGate, like ProQuest, I mean different databases, okay? This remains very exotic. So this is a digital, these digital competences are there, but they are, I fully agree, they are quite superficial, it seems to me.
Well, I have taken 10 crucial minutes of your coffee break already. I will try not to take much more. Thank you very much for the conversation. I believe we need a lot of those to come up with conclusions. Thank you for this, well, less than an hour. I believe it was very interesting. I'm hoping it was interesting for everyone in the room and those who joined us online. Thank you very much for joining. As I said, the break is just starting, and please remember, in just 3.5 minutes, the second stage is opening for another 3 hours. There's a lot of conversation with experts, the digital industry representatives, teachers from schools in cities as large as Warsaw, but as small towns as Wapnica in the island of Wolin as well. So a very broad range of perspectives. And stage 2 is just down the corridor. And we are coming back in here in just not more than 25 minutes, please, to present the School 4.0 report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bo nauczyciel potrzebuje tego rozwiązania.
Mam nadzieję, że kawa i ta przerwa, że kawa Państwa smakowała, a przerwa się przysłużyła. Zapewne Państwo zauważyli na Państwa fotelach. Pewnie będzie lepiej. Przepraszam, to chyba moja wina.
Right, I think it was my fault.
Zapewne Państwo
Apologies.
zauważyli
You probably noticed on your seats the report School 4.0 is for you. It's worth reading. But to help you with this task, over to the head of Digital Poland, Michał Kanownik.
Przepraszam.
Dzień dobry po raz drugi.
Hello
Nie
again.
ostatni.
Not the last time.
Nie byłbym sobą, gdybym nie pokusił
I would not myself, but I have to start with a comment. Years of experience, but still there's a problem with a microphone. But as Michał said, you can find the Digital School 4.0 report. It's a report that we produced to diagnose where we are in terms of the digital transformation of Polish schools, what is missing, what is not used effectively. On the other hand, how is the process being pursued by global leaders? There are examples from Japan, from Finland, who are icons of efficient digital transformation in schools. There are recommendations, and at the end of my short presentation I will discuss them briefly, but you can also find there some studies. So our conclusions, our observations are not based on a whim. We asked teachers how they perceive the digital transformation of the education systems, and the information in the report is based on opinions of teachers, head teachers from cities, towns and rural areas. So you can rely on this information, and we are going to have some discussions. But why is it important to dedicate so much time and so much effort to discussing digital education? Digitization has permeated every aspect of our lives. You could say that COVID and the pandemic was a threshold moment for digital tools. You probably remember even online Christmas. But it's not just the pandemic. Digital technology has entered every part of our lives, and there's no going back. So how do we use into this revolution? How do we prepare the younger generations to take advantage of digital tools? That's what the success of our region will be based on. We need to rise to the challenge. We need to improve digital competencies that young people need in order to function in adult world, to have a business, to find a job, and to be successful. In fact, we're talking about elementary competences that you need not just to be successful, just to function. Even farmers these days, to get direct payments, the farmer has to use digital tools to file an application. So there is no job that can function without elementary digital competences. And of course, we are not talking about the future of digital technology in schools. Schools are already digitized. Polish schools are to a large extent digitized, and we're not faring that badly, even though many people are complaining. But it's important to help teachers, parents, and students to take advantage of this technology in the future even more efficiently. The Deputy Prime Minister gave you some numbers in his introduction, and I would like to remind you of the numbers to demonstrate the problem of using efficiently and safely the internet. Teenagers on average spend 5.5 hours online. Over half teenagers say that their parents do not impose any rules for using the internet. And that's stunning, considering that you have plenty of tools that can regulate access and that should be the ABC of parenting, to use these tools. In our set of guidelines for parents, we are giving such suggestions. Over 40% of young people say that online it's difficult to tell what is true and false online. And that is a stunning number. Fake news, deep fakes, that will be more and more of a problem, not just for schools and students. We know it's difficult to teach young people to tell what's true and what's false. I have a problem when I go out to schools. When young children ask me what to do with something that is clearly fake online, what to do with it. 3 out of 10 fail to do their duty at school because of social media, and even more fail to do their household chores. We have been carrying out the IT fitness test. This year we're going to start on the 15th of April. We'd like to invite all schools and students to take part. And where are we in terms of these skills? It's not good, that's what I can tell you. As you can see the numbers, in primary and secondary schools, we had the average result of 46%, 1% more. In upper secondary schools, it's 43%. We are faring the worst in the Visegrad 4. Other partners, Czechia, Slovakia and Hungary, are much better. And when we dig down and we look at individual areas of the IT fitness test, the situation is even bleaker. In the first edition, we had great results in terms of cybersecurity. We were the best in the region, not anymore. But what is most concerning is that Polish students are performing very badly in terms of handling digital tools for the office. Polish schools do not teach the use of using office tools. So students leaving school are not ready to go out and work. What do we need? And that's the point of our report. We need to establish where we are and what we need to do to get the situation to improve for the future generations. That's why we created this report, and we asked teachers across Poland for their opinion about where we are. Let me share some findings. In the report you can find more. I encourage you to read this report and to comment on the results, along with suggestions what we can do to get better. Now, how teachers and head teachers evaluate the level of digital transformation of the education system? First of all, the answer is positive. It's not that bad. Most teachers and head teachers think that the level of digital education in Poland is not bad, and some think that it's very good, in fact. But what is worrying is that primary schools are clearly in a better situation than upper secondary schools. And you'll see that later in terms of the saturation with IT hardware. Clearly, upper secondary schools are below par compared to primary schools. And that's not optimistic in two ways. First of all, this disproportion that someone from a primary school moves on to secondary school and they have less hardware available, less opportunities available. And secondly, they leave secondary schools and either go to university or go to work, and they're not equipped with necessary skills. Then the level of transformation, these are the answers of those who say that it's good. Hardware is seen as good enough, internet access, computers. So in terms of hardware, the situation is pretty good. But it's much worse when you look at the answers at the bottom. Insufficient competences of teachers, obsolete software, digital skills of teachers, and use of technology in teaching. If you look at people who are not that optimistic about the situation, the answers are similar, but at number one, obsolete hardware, bad quality hardware. That's their biggest concern. Now, the internet provision. Teachers are happy with the internet connection they have. OSE was a great project that revolutionized access to the internet in Polish schools. All Polish schools are connected to the internet. But there's always a but. Is it good enough? It's not that great. You can see the results. Unfortunately, most schools have a problem with the internet connection supplied by OSE. 40% have to use an external provider. So either the OSE is not quick enough, or it's blocking certain websites that are needed in school. An example from my secondary school, where Teams was not available on the OSE supplied internet. Every third school has no problems with OSE supplied internet, and we need to get better. OSE was set up a few years ago. Now the broadband connection has to be much better than it used to be several years ago, and the demand for throughput has increased a lot. So we need better bandwidth. And it has to be taken into consideration when adding new connections, when the project is upgraded. However, the OSE project itself was a revolution for Polish schools in its time. And we need to develop building networks in schools, and I hope that we are able to do that as soon as the funds are made available, so that we can connect different pieces of hardware in schools. Access to hardware and software. Access to hardware for students, 7.5, not bad. For software, it's 7.0, not bad, but we should be aiming for higher results. Access to content to apps should be higher. It's slightly better for teachers, both in terms of hardware and software. 7.4 is the average.
Z kim się w polskiej szkole w procesie transformacji najlepiej pracuje?
Who
Gdzie jest ten potencjał
do schools prefer to work with in the process of digital transformation? 3 channels: NGOs, local authorities, and central government administration. And teachers like to work with local authorities the most. They are closest to them, and it's very good that they are cooperating. Second is the central government administration, and at number 3 is NGO. This is a surprise for me. I'm not happy with this. NGOs should be more of a partner for teachers and schools in terms of primarily raising awareness, security, internet hygiene. This cooperation should be at a higher level.
Bardzo ważne pytanie.
An important question. Access to hardware and software. That's where you should start when you want to develop digital competences. Unfortunately, I said that in primary schools, students have better access, pupils have better access to hardware and software. It's 61 to 48 primary schools compared to secondary schools. This is a concerning situation, and we need to remedy it as fast as possible. In terms of access to hardware for pupils, 7.4, for teachers, 8.4, slightly better. Access to software for students is 7.0, but there's a disproportion between primary and secondary schools, and we need to alleviate this situation as soon as possible. An interesting question, whether teachers use different technology solutions in their work. And it's interesting that teachers tend to use beamers, digital blackboards, so the oldest hardware, the one that is most known to them. Multimedia formats also, because they are simple to use. But what is worrying is that in terms of use of evaluation online, Cool Docs, Microsoft 365, using Google Drive or Dropbox, and using educational platforms for interactive lessons and games. That's where teachers are weaker. We don't have enough competence to use these opportunities. And the system for managing classrooms, that's also something missing. Development of digital competences of students. These are the answers of teachers. That's important. Which skills are best developed? Search and selection of online information, developing self-study skills, working with the MS Office, ability to work remotely. The less important skills include purchasing from various marketplaces and using social media. And I disagree with the poor skills in terms of using social media. Students need to know how to verify content, how to tell what is true, what is fake. I can see the minister is in the room, and I hope that Minister Piękna Więckiewicz during the panel will talk about it. Ability to code, writing algorithms, that's what it's about. Indeed, you need practical skills, not coding. We have coders for that, we have developers, but students should be able to practically apply digital technology in life so as to make solving complex problems easier. And a slide that is very important before recommendations. Participation in programs supporting digitization. I was always angry where in all sorts of questionnaires, surveys, studies, the ministries invited experts, asking them about the level of digitization of schools, and they always invited the headmasters of top schools in terms of digitization. But unfortunately, we have a lot of schools that are basically not using any programs to obtain hardware and software for the schools. 26% of Polish schools are regularly involved in such programs. Several programs during a year. Almost 60% of schools participate from time to time, once a year. 14% participate once every few years, and 1%, hard to say. Anyway, every quarter, a quarter of Polish schools declare that they actively seek software and hardware opportunities from various programs.
Z badania I kilka rekomendacji głównych. Po pierwsze, stopień cyfryzacji.
So what recommendations can we have? First of all, the headmasters and teachers believe the level of digitization of Polish schools is quite good. The score was 7.6 out of 10. The primary schools, surprisingly, have better scores than secondary schools, and this is something that has to be dealt with. Access to hardware is satisfactory in primary schools. Internet connection. Obviously, there has to be the right kind of access to the internet with inappropriate websites being blocked.
Mają lepszy dostęp do sprzętu niż uczniowie szkół średnich. To jest, pani minister, też zadanie.
This is another task for the ministry, for the minister, to have equal opportunities and that the same level of advancement should be present in secondary schools. And this also translates into the skills we give the teachers, the students. Cooperation with different NGOs and other organizations, that's the next section of this report. Specialized software, this is something that's very much in demand, and this is something that the teachers have been telling us about, and this is something it's worth investing effort and money in to provide the teachers with this specialized software. And finally, every fourth school regularly participates in digitization programs. So this is the report. There is some European context from other countries of Europe. There are the things that the head teachers and teachers told us, expert opinions, internet service providers' point of view, recommendations for the authorities from experts, and many, many more things. So hopefully this report will be a foundation for a further discussion between education, authorities, and other stakeholders. So hopefully in a few years' time we will be able to see a new generation who enters adult life with all the necessary digital skills to make sure that technology makes our lives easier rather than impacting them negatively. Let me now give the floor to the panelists. Hopefully, the reports may be a starting point for a discussion, and obviously you are encouraged to talk about these things informally during the breaks and in the parallel session in the other room.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa. Faktycznie, tak jak wspomniał Pan Dyrektor Kanownik, spróbujemy Państwa rozgrzać, nawiązać do raportu, o którym była mowa przed chwilą i będziemy próbować odpowiedzieć na pytanie razem z naszymi panelistami, jak uczyć w cyfrowym świecie. Ja się nazywam Paweł Czuryło, jestem redaktorem zarządzającym w wydawnictwie Gremi Media Wydawcy Rzeczpospolitej i Parkietu, a na scenę zapraszam naszych gości. Witam serdecznie Panią podsekretarz stanu w Ministerstwie Edukacji, Panią Paulinę Pięchę-Pięckiewicz. Zapraszam serdecznie tutaj z tej strony. Jest z nami również pan Maciej Jakubowski, dyrektor Instytutu Badań Edukacyjnych. Dzień dobry. Zapraszam serdecznie pana Dawida Łasińskiego, znanego jako pan Welfer, nauczyciela zespołu szkół imienia generała Dezyderego Chłapowskiego w Bolechowie. Witamy serdecznie. I jest z nami również pan Rafał Lew-Starowicz, wiceprezes zarządu Fundacji EdTech Poland. Dzień dobry i zapraszam. Trudno w tym pierwszym momencie nie nawiązać do tego, o czym była mowa przed chwilą. Zobaczyliśmy rekomendacje, ale w tym raporcie są też takie głosy, które postanowiłem sobie wynotować. Transformacja cyfrowa spadła na nieprzygotowaną polską szkołę nagle i niespodziewanie wraz z globalną pandemią. Jesteśmy uszczęśliwiani w szkołach rządowymi programami mającymi wzmocnić kompetencje cyfrowe, tylko nikt nie pyta, czy szkoła właśnie tego potrzebuje. Komputery zamknięte w szafach, drukarki 3D kurzą się, bo jeden szkolny informatyk nie jest w stanie zająć się wszystkim. I teraz, aby mówić o prawdziwej transformacji cyfrowej edukacji, powinna ona zachodzić w sposób systemowy, logiczny, związany funkcjonalnie z ewolucją metod nauczania. To na początek może pytanie do pani Pauliny Pięchny-Więckiewicz. To co planuje rząd, bo nowe otwarcie mieliśmy, słyszeliśmy o różnych planach. Jaka może być ta ścieżka, którą teraz polska edukacja w tym cyfrowym świecie może podążać?
Ja od razu na wstępie chciałabym zaznaczyć, że
Good morning. First of all, let me say that at the ministry we try to deal with all these things, but we can't be responsible for everything. So digital transformation at school is the responsibility of Katarzyna Lubnauer, Secretary of State at the ministry. So that's her cup of tea, so to say. But this challenge is not just what she is responsible for. First of all, this pertains to other ministries as well. We had the Deputy Prime Minister Gawkowski here in the morning. We had the Minister from the Ministry of Higher Education. And this is a good example of how the different ministries have to work together in order to get good results for education. At the Ministry of Education, we have Minister Nowacka and a single deputy minister. So there are different competencies, and the breakdown of competencies is between the different secretaries of state and so forth. And we have these different areas. For example, psychological well-being of students is something that I'm responsible for, and it's a very important thing in this particular context of AI, digital transformation, and in the context of how young people function online. Then there's safety and security. This is again my competence. There's the issue of how to develop regulations in order to be able to enforce safety online, how to combat hate speech and bullying, which is now present in two worlds, in the real and the digital world, how to make it something that the children are aware of and that the parents and students are aware of as well. So it's not just about coming up with a technical documents full of technical regulations. It's much more than that. Now, our objectives include digital education, and that has to include digital competencies among the students and the teachers. And the report mentions that teachers want to get these competencies. And this is not just your average IT teacher, and so far they were mostly encumbered with providing the students with digital competencies. Right now, this new policy is about including all teachers in this great effort. Every teacher should be able to use these instruments and to pass this knowledge on. When I talked to postgraduate students of the Warsaw School of Economics, and I talked about safety and security, about safety for children, but there was a question from the floor, Minister, what are the positives of living in the digital world? And sure enough, there are many positives about all this. So we can't always be afraid. We can't always introduce regulations that ban things, limit things, and limit the access of young people to the digital world. Now, all this means that it's the adults that have got to catch up in terms of their skills and knowledge. My digital competencies, my digital education, if I compared them to my 12-year-old daughter, who's a great fan of software programming, well, I would have to be very honest that I may be a better lawyer than she is, but I'm definitely not better than her in digital competencies. Then we've got using digital technologies to strengthen the learning and teaching and evaluation processes. And this, by the way, is something that the European Commission has also set forward for us. And digital competencies, and this is something I care about particularly, being a parent myself, being able to use technology in a responsible and critical way in order to obtain knowledge and participate in society. Now, this criticism in how we approach technology is something I find key. This being critical and being accountable or responsible. And this is a weakness of what is happening in Poland, I believe. When we look at things like fake news, young people tend to believe what they see online. And every day we've got to clarify many things. The young people are interested in politics, but they can't tell, and they don't have the tools to be able to tell the real thing by approaching news and information critically. This concerns fake news, but it also concerns doing your homework and gaining useful knowledge. Well, my generation entered the digital world late, so we were used to using dictionaries, encyclopedias, textbooks, and so forth. So for me, this digital world was an add-on, if you will. Young people consider it the only source of information, and they are unable to use it critically, so they don't pay attention to which websites, which content is credible and verified and validated, and which is fake. Now, all of this relates to how the teachers equip them with these tools, and everybody has got to be educated as far as these competencies are concerned. And then we have IT classes. So these are the separate IT lessons. They should be more interdisciplinary, so that these IT skills should also be used in other classes, in other subjects, and also outside the school.
Bardzo często my mamy taką dyskusję teraz nad użytkowaniem telefonów komórkowych w
A lot of people are talking about whether mobile phones should be used at school. Young people say, well, I'm using the phone during the class because it's a calculator, it's a source of knowledge. Many teachers do the same.
Dla mnie jest chyba najbardziej istotne, co wynika z raportu NIK-u, jeżeli chodzi o okres pandemii. To znaczy,
Now, there's a
wyszło na jaw, jak bardzo
national
to jeszcze nie jest sprawiedliwy świat.
audit authority report about the pandemic and the aftermath, which shows very clearly that some areas that have weak internet access were cut off from education. Sometimes there were personal tragedies when a child was writing a very important test and the internet connection would go dead and they weren't able to finish. Access to hardware of sufficient quality, and so on and so forth. All of this is in this report. All of this is in the audit authority report. So we know these facts, and we've got to do something about it. And this is one of the priorities of our government. There's one thing that the European Commission pays a lot of attention to, which is relations online and the ethics of how we operate online, how we should protect the children. And the regulations that, for example, protect a child's image online. All of these things are among the things that we need to tackle. Being a mother myself, I have to be very honest with me that I was very reckless in sharing images of my children without thinking how this might impact their future. And I'm not just talking about internet crime and using these images. I don't want to dwell on this. We all know what these dangers are. But there are many possible consequences for their private lives. There's the right of a child to create their own
podważano na jego
image.
dobra. Dzieci też mają dobra osobiste i to prawo do
There are these
wizerunku,
personal rights that children also have. The right to your image is also something that a child has.
i myślę, że
And it's a great challenge. So hopefully this will also be regulated. I personally believe that we need to get on top of things somehow, because what's happening now is not good for our children. And finally, mental health. We're running out of time. Yes, I'm aware of that. Let me just say that a child can develop a new identity online. If they're lonely, they can establish new relations online, but at the same time, there is a lot of violence online, there's a lot of negative emotions, and nobody is able to control that. I think that young people don't quite understand the consequences that cross the borders of the digital world.
To w takim razie może pytanie, zanim oddamy głos panu Maciejowi Jakubowskiemu, jeszcze pytanie do pana Dawida Łasińskiego. A jak wygląda z perspektywy nauczyciela ten raport i wnioski wraz z
What about a teacher's point of view? What are the conclusions and recommendations from this? Can we teach children in the digital world at all? Radosław Potrat, who was awarded the Teacher of the Year award, says we need to guide children and show them risks. But very often children are ahead of the teachers as far as these technological novelties are concerned. I wouldn't agree with that. No, the ministry pays me to teach chemistry classes, and in chemistry I have to talk to them that they should reflect on how many hours they spent using TikTok, for example. Our brains are not used to this technology yet because we adapt slower, and children have been thrown in at the deep end. At school, children encounter people who grew up in a non-digital era. So for us, it was a process of adapting to the digital world gradually. This generation, on the other hand, has always been on. A 2-year-old child had his or her profile on Facebook that his or her parents created. And children create a relationship with the device, as it turns out, because they treat the device as their friend. And suddenly they go to school and suddenly they are banned from having contact with this friend of theirs. So banning things is not education. If we're talking about banning technology, this doesn't make sense, because they will never learn about technology, they will be banned from technology, and they will use it clandestinely. So that doesn't make any sense. So the question is, who should persuade the teachers that they should stop being afraid? If your average teacher is 55-year-old, that's not your typical fan of technology. There are obviously individual examples of teachers who are fans of technology. We had this live meeting where we taught how to use Teams, and we had 18,000 participants. Now, if a technology company is left to teach this, it doesn't understand what challenges there are in a classroom. So the teachers should be given this skill. The doors are wide open, but we need to tell the teachers how to do it. Do this, don't do that, forget about that, because the teachers are afraid of wasting time to solve technological problems. An IT teacher should be teaching IT, not managing the hardware. If we are handing over expensive hardware to schools, we should have maintenance managers, for example, a person who's a maintenance manager for a number of schools in a given district. And for example, if we are buying touch screens, we should invite teachers to test different models and then buy them jointly. For example, I work near Poznań. Let's imagine a situation that we decide we could teach each other, but we don't even have the same hardware. One school got funding from a fund and got this type of screens. Another school got it from another source, and it's a different model. Sometimes you have different models of hardware in the same school. So if a teacher used one model before and now they're in a new classroom and it just doesn't work like it used to, it's a problem. I believe technology should be transparent. I should connect my phone or my laptop, and it's not my task to worry about whether there are the right drivers or the cable is correct. That's a waste of time. So we should be more flexible. We should probably have a group of experts who can advise. We should include teachers in the selection of hardware and have someone who manages hardware for a group of schools. And also there are different situations in different places of the country. Warsaw is pretty well equipped. In Silesia, I was at a school that the whole school had 3 computers. They had a terrible classroom. They had 3 computers. The chairs were rickety, and we are talking about 2022. This isn't the fault of the IT teacher. This is probably the fault of maybe the headmaster who didn't notice these problems. So far, we had these top-down projects that were supposed to satisfy the needs of everybody in the country, but we should probably have a more grassroots approach.
Najpierw powinniśmy zacząć rozmawiać o tej bazie, żeby potem gonić świat, bo my tutaj próbujemy rozmawiać o cyfrowym.
We're talking about a digital world, but clearly in some schools the chairs are a problem. My question to the Institute for Research on Education: if we look at Poland vis-à-vis other countries, like Finland, which is quoted in your report, how does Poland look like compared to other countries? The minister correctly mentioned that digital competencies entail different things. It's understanding how the website and the internet works, using computers, understanding what AI is and what it isn't. And all these things should be included in curricula. Our institutes for research and education carried out a study several years ago, and the conclusions from that research, from that survey, are still here. Yes, the fiber optical cables connecting the schools to the internet are better than years ago, but few things change other than that. There are schools where no one knows how to set up a Wi-Fi connection. There are schools that have got software, but they don't have anyone that will ensure that the software works on all the computers correctly. So there are all these things. There's infrastructure, but infrastructure is relatively the easiest to solve. It's a matter of buying hardware that will be useful for the people who will be using it. Now, competencies and understanding why we need computers, this is the key element. I understand we have a digital native generation. Finland, everybody says, look at Finland, follow Finland. But in some areas we have actually overtaken Finland. As far as the key competencies are concerned, different studies show that our students are comparable or better than, for example, Finland. And Finland also has very significant problems with this immersion of especially young teenage boys in the digital world, and they're lost in this world. They follow novelties, but they neglect safety, relationships, mental health, and it is more difficult to learn in the digital world. It's a fact. People sometimes say, let's install this new app, and we don't even need a teacher. But there are studies that have been carried out for tens of years, and we know it doesn't work. During the pandemic, some people said, finally everybody will see how this can be done, and schools will change. Well, the only thing that's changed is that now we all realize that teaching remotely online is much harder than in the classroom, and the methodology has to be different. You mentioned training in using Teams, not in how to teach online. And there's a whole gamut of studies from recent 10 years or so that tell us what the challenges and limitations of teaching online are. And finally, mobile phones at school. The fact that we have a phone reduces our cognitive skills. Some people believe that in today's world, knowledge is not necessary anymore. And some teachers say, why bother learning and teaching knowledge if all knowledge can be found online? But we have fake news. We know that young people don't know how to use the internet, and we are lost in this digital world. And why young people are lost? Because they don't have knowledge. If I don't know the first thing about a particular topic, then any website I find will be the main source of information from me without any critical approach. Knowledgeable people should be using AI. So I personally would limit the time spent on mobile phones at school. The school should be exempt from being on our phone all the time. And we should be taught how to use technology in a wise, knowledgeable way. We say they are digital natives. This is nonsense. They know a number of apps that they use, and that's all. But they don't know how AI works. They don't know how algorithms that give them information work. So this is again about digital education, but how to use the equipment, and then the student becomes a creator of content. We have at our school we have a video club where the students create video content, and we taught them about how to do it, how to present yourself, how to avoid hate, and so forth. We used to do it with digital cameras. Now you can do it with your mobile phones. In my chemistry classes, instead of a test, they had to carry out a project at home that they film with a camera, they film it, and they send it to the rest of the class on Teams. Sorry for butting in, but that's it.
Right, and final comment, who is supposed to teach that? You don't get Teachers of the Year in every school, and it's like with entrepreneurship. We keep hearing, you need to talk business. Right, so I say to those people, give us some entrepreneurs to come and work at a school. So we have to find a different model of interaction. We should not impose all the burdens just on the school. We should open up for teaching. A different type of teaching would be welcome, with people who can have those lessons. Can foundations like EdTech Poland be involved in improving competence and highlighting risks? Yes, they can, and they are doing that for some time already. We have a number of subjects that the previous speakers have touched upon. The issue of teaching aids, that is something that our partners can deliver. Like in a restaurant, you need to have a mixer, you need to have power, you need to have a gas cooker. But first, you need to invest in the skills of people. If you want to have a good cook, you need to provide all the utilities, but the cook, the chef, is key. And it's the same with education. About the Digital School for Zero study, I was involved in producing this report. The conclusions are very topical. If you look at what's changing in methodology, just imagine, it's like our debate being just about the moderator talking more than all the panelists. And that's a standard lesson at school. It's just the teacher speaking 90% of the time. And just 10% is what the students get. I'm talking about studies, of course, not examples of the crème de la crème of teachers who are on this panel, Teachers of the Year, but engagement, issue of emotions. We need to be emotionally invested in the process. That's when we learn best. It's the same with using tech. We have information in the report that teachers are using technology, but how? If you replace a TV with a computer screen, well, that doesn't change very much, even though you're using state-of-the-art interactive blackboard. But nothing has really changed. Should we be using this hardware this way? That's the question. If kids have tools such as smartphones with so many functions, so many capabilities, and what do? They play games where even the graphics are very dated. And that's a misunderstanding. The issue of relations, communication, and with regard to the role of, well, the opening of schools, it's up to the head teacher to establish relations with the outside world. You don't always need to go to Warsaw to look for foundations or partners for cooperation. Sometimes you can just cooperate with your local restaurant or a photo parlor or something else. And this can enrich teaching and get them engaged. And the issue of security. At the foundation, we are trying to cooperate with partners, Polish, Polish entities that are working with Polish teachers. Polish teachers are ambassadors of these solutions. The solutions are developed for Polish schools, and it's not that we can take just any solution from the West and implement it directly in Poland. There's a lot of e-content that are available. The Constitution of the US doesn't really fit everywhere in the world, and the same goes for e-content. You need to basically look after the quality of content and the standards. Of course, we need infrastructure. We have OSE, we have the school intranet to be able to use tools. We have to have the tools, first of all. We have to be able to use the tools and not force teachers to buy their own paper for a photocopier. But what is key is that we need the right skills to work with students, to build relations, not with a computer, not with the blackboard, with the student. I think we agree, and these reports have been coming up with similar recommendations. I talked to my colleague, and she told me upon reading the recommendations, I know them all by heart. Tell me something new. But we keep hearing a lot about integrations. You can do all sorts of courses at MIT and elsewhere, but bilingual education is something that should be implemented, but not as a foreign language class. English is a language of communication, of development, coding of the internet, and that's where we should be building the competence from the youngest age, and we have solutions for that. So teaching a language as a foreign language, and then we only use Polish during classes of science or maths, that's an obsolete approach. We should be incorporating language in all subjects, because that gets you ready to live in the world, whatever it will turn out to be. Now, us joining the EU has overnight brought a lot of opportunities and challenges. And new tech can support us in many ventures, but for that to succeed, we need cooperation between both the teaching community, public institutions, and those who are developing these solutions. That's absolutely necessary, because the best gadgets that use AI, if they are not used by teachers, they would be useless, sorry. So we also need to incorporate in the curriculum the right content to know how to use AI, how to query AI, and what to do with the replies. Thank you very much to the organizers for having this selection on the panel. We come from different backgrounds, and that's what it's all about. So do you think the teaching of prompting be included in the curriculum? Absolutely, yes. I recently showed what Sora can do. I teach chemistry. I try to be up to date. And where should a teacher get the money to have access to an AI solution? I'm able to buy hardware, but if I want to buy access to an AI tool, I'm not able to do that, even if I run a business. So I have a laptop, you can believe me, and I know many people who have laptops. We keep adding tools. We have the tools now. We want to be able to select the application, to use the tools and laptops, interactive screens, etc. And that's a challenge for the financing of purchasing software. If I want to learn prompting, if I want to teach my students to prompt, I ask them what they use AI to do homework. Just a handful of people in my class had access to AI and were making use of AI. And just a single student stayed behind and asked me, how should I use AI to learn? Just one student. And I'm telling them, I will retire soon, and you will have to work on the labor market using AI. So we are producing graduates, and I keep asking myself, what should be my aim in terms of the teaching of skills for the labor market? When I came to the school 18 years ago, it was easy. When I was teaching chemistry, I knew that I was working with future doctors, vets, or chemists. Now I don't know, because the flexibility, cognitive flexibility is huge. I am showing them the available choices, stealing some time away from chemistry. But we don't have the time for teaching prompting. Basically, we don't have time in schools to teach them about AI. The curriculum is overloaded, so you can't just add digital skills. So if I want to teach others, I have to have the opportunity to learn myself first. And just using an interactive screen doesn't really make sense. It's not about playing videos. I'm really interested in finding out what the ministry is going to devise for the curriculum for 2025. I'm the co-creator of lessons, and I don't want to be the moderator who's talking for 90% of the time. I want to stimulate the curiosity of my students. But they, at the moment, are forced to work with data. We have been learning from teachers and from libraries, and that's why we had time to sort data in our heads. And now they are flooded with data, they are overwhelmed with data, and they have too much. So we have stymied their interest, basically, in knowledge. And I'm struggling with stimulating them, even though I find it very difficult to stimulate their interest. A question to the minister, perhaps. 2026, right, is when we're going to have the new curriculum. I think together with the director, we can answer this question. What kind of a student are we going to train? What is the product of the education system? What should students be able to do? So what do we want the graduate to be capable of doing? The new curriculum will soon be developed. We're going to have expert teams working on it. We have been trying to slim down the current curriculum, and the process is nearing an end. So first, we get rid of excessive amounts of data. We want to shed 20% of the curriculum. What we learn today will be useful for the next 5 years. That's what studies say. In the past, it was 20, 30 years, but now the world is evolving very quickly. And as a result, we are not able to follow. So we have to keep up to date. We have to be able to learn. And that is this great opportunity afforded by the digital transformation and the tools available. Young people will be working and developing together with AI. They will be involved in the process along with teachers, and for the teachers it's also an opportunity to develop themselves. I always had a problem with schools. I had great teachers, believe me, I have great memories, but I always had the impression that schools don't teach how to learn. Only after I went to study law at university, but lawyers are taught logic during the first year of studies, and I detected there's a whole different world out there. I learned to solve puzzles that I was unable to solve in secondary school. And I think we're not using enough the ability to teach students how to learn. Elements of logic in maths would be welcome. Boosting interest, curiosity, learning. Maths should not be a universally despised subject. It should be something that should help us break barriers. It's like with English. When the first Ukrainian refugees started arriving, what language were they using? They were using English to communicate with their Polish friends. So young Ukrainians, young Poles were using English to communicate. Large language models, maths, IT are also universal languages. And this is something that transformation offers us. But we just need to focus on the ethics of this world. Young people still don't have the mechanisms, even adults don't have the mechanisms. Let me give you one example. For example, the confidentiality of correspondence. Young people are completely lacking awareness. They are taking screens of private communications, private exchanges. They're not aware, they're not trained. So this is a world that we don't need to take people by the hand. We need to be with them, next to them, supporting them. And about mobile phones and banning them, limiting them, yes. But we cannot ban young people from entering this world. We can't just tell them, you need to leave the online world. But they have relations, they have friends online, and you cannot take this part of life from them. You need to go in there with them. And I think that's what we adults need to do. We're not with them together, we don't understand this world. My father, who was a lawyer, never knew much about the internet, but what's happening today is something from sci-fi literature. And my father these days enjoys every digital tool because it just shows him how quickly the world develops, how important education is, and how much it can offer us. But we need to focus on humanity. And teachers cannot be tech maintenance people. We need to develop competencies. We need to support students in the online world.
Dużo wątków powstało. No, my jako Instytut Badań Edukacyjnych będziemy pracować nad tą sylwetką absolwenta za te kilkanaście lat.
We need to know what these graduates should be like later on in 10 or 15 years. We are preparing them with skills for life. The previous speakers talked about separating very specific competencies that change from key competencies that don't change. Everybody learns Python as the programming language. In the future, it might be a different language. So this is a specific skill. There will always be a programming language, so that's a general skill of understanding algorithms, but learning Python is a specific skill that may change. basic knowledge, basic skills will be what counts. People say there is an information overload. They're overloaded with TikTok bullshit. I sometimes ask my son, what did you watch? What was so great about it? And he can't even tell me what it was that he saw on TikTok. Basic skills are going down, and especially during the pandemic, they have gone down in terms of basic skills, and this is a problem globally. And this means that the young people will not be able to comprehend certain things. How, for example, AI works. If you have good basic skills in mathematics, statistics, it will be easier for you to be an aware consumer, not a blind consumer like the majority of students these days. So it's not that we should let a lot of this bullshit get into schools, because that's what they live in. We have to tell them how to do these things wisely. I'm not saying we should learn chemistry in a traditional way. Yes, by all means, do change. But an engineer in the future will have to know basics of chemistry, I think. I'm not good at chemistry, but my point is, who is better on the labor market? Well, it's always the people who have the fundamental competencies, even in this day and age. And this will not change. These differences will grow. When we look at the giants of e-tech, the companies that develop these tools, very often the people who are behind these apps limit their own children's access to them. Using TikTok, Facebook is entertainment. It's not really learning any skills at all. So there should be a reasonable line. We need school more and more, not less and less. We will now have an opportunity to ask questions. But before that, one thing I would like to emphasize. Yes, Polish school had a lot of success in providing this basic fundamental knowledge and skills, more so than many other countries, and we were rightly proud to be that. But when we talk about a future graduate, it should be a person who's intelligent rather than artificially intelligent. There is a difference between someone who is intelligent and someone who is artificially intelligent. Now, every panel these days has to talk about AI, and AI will change things. Personalization of teaching will be bigger, and you can actually have contact with AI from the day you're born. This AI, these algorithms learn about it from the moment we are born. And AI-based solutions will be there for sure. But again, without the fundamental knowledge about the world, fundamental competencies, we will find it very difficult to communicate not just with other people, but also with AI. Let me now throw the floor open to questions, and we've got a first question. My name is Justyna Jasiewicz. It was me who asked Rafał to say something new. I worked at PwC. In the past, I was at Warsaw University for a long time, and also worked at the Ministry of Digitization and the Center for Digitization. When I was at the center, and Rafał was at the Ministry of Education, we carried out a study that one of the participants mentioned. It's a study from over 10 years ago. What we did in the survey was we had a very thorough methodology to see the relationships between digital and IT competencies in Poland and in the rest of Europe. we formulated some recommendations and conclusions. So, in the report over 10 years ago, we said that teachers in Poland are left without support. This is what one of the panelists mentioned. Teachers are not getting technical support. Teachers have to waste their time trying to connect a laptop, to start up an application that's not been updated, and that sort of thing. And it was back then, 10 years ago, we recommended that there should be advisors in every district. And it should not be the IT teacher who, in addition to teaching IT, has to sacrifice his break and not have lunch, but instead install something on a computer in another room. So this, like we said, and like we recommend, should be a separate person who is a dedicated maintenance expert or technical expert who supports the teachers in maintaining computer hardware and maybe giving these competencies to the teachers. So we wrote all of that 10 years ago and nothing's been done. Coordinators like that are a thing, and there's even some money earmarked for that. I'm very happy to hear that. But a lot of these ideas, as I read the recommendations from this new report that we were given today, a lot of those recommendations have been around and experts have known about them for a long time. So when we wonder why Poland is sometimes doing better, or sometimes doing worse, in all these surveys and studies, in this context I want to say that we have this project on digital competencies that we did together with the Ministry of Digitization. And as part of the project we traveled around different EU and non-EU countries to see what they do to get better results at DESI. And we went to Ireland. And what was particularly striking is they are incredibly consistent in terms of their strategy. They have had this slogan since the 1970s, talent, not taxes. And it doesn't matter who the president is, which political party is in power, it doesn't matter, they pursue the same strategy. In Poland, every 4 years or every 8 years, depending on the elections, we seem to be starting from scratch and thinking again, what is it that we should do? So I think we should be inspired by the example of Ireland that has this very consistent strategy and has had it for years. In the first panel today, we had a minister from Estonia. We also work in Estonia as a cluster of Central and Eastern European countries that I'm part of. So those of you who deal with digitization, everybody knows that Estonia has been a poster child for good digital development. Now, one of the secrets in Estonia, I'm going to disclose the secret in a moment, but let me tell you what happened last Friday. I was trying to enroll my 3-year-old son at a kindergarten. I had to print 4 PDF documents, print them out, sign them manually, scan them, and upload them through a digital system that the local commune has. So, can they say they have digitized the process? Yes, they can. Is this really digitization? No, it's not. Do you know how many times I had to enter my address? 5 times. Because I had to enter it on the paper documents that are scanned later, and I also had to give my address online. Now, in Estonia, there's this rule once only. If you enter your ID number or your tax number, the state has no right to ask you again, because the state should know all the other details. In my case, I had to enter the same information 5 times. So why can't we make these very simple steps? My name is Maciej Rakowski. I work at a number of secondary schools and at a university, so I find this report very pertinent. Now, there's this network, OSE, and in most schools it doesn't work on its own. There are some technical problems, the internet connection is too slow. Secondly, the hardware in secondary schools. I mostly work in secondary schools and vocational education, which has been neglected. Primary schools have been getting a lot of finance, but secondary schools have not. And if we talk about laboratories of the future, they are there in primary schools, but primary school children don't have all the knowledge and skill that's necessary. So this equipment, this hardware, would be better suited for secondary school, not primary, because children in primary school are too young. But we don't have it in secondary school. And we also look at skill sets that we want these children to carry over to the labour market. Again, that's a matter for secondary school. Now, information communication training and lessons and AI. The level of knowledge about AI varies widely. Mr. Jakubowski mentioned the teaching of software programming. We used to be taught Turbo Pascal, then C++, now we have Python. But I agree that we should teach the children about algorithms. If they know about algorithms, they can then use any programming language, and they can also be much better at prompting artificial intelligence to get valid results. So digitization is progressing, and we should connect all that, all the digital world, with traditional model, and then we'll have a great educational system. Thank you. There's one more question.
Dr. Piotr Gottwald.
Piotr Gottwald. My question is this. You mentioned that there should be these very important people who would support in maintenance and equipment. And I understand there is some financing for it. But how do we persuade people who have these skills to help these schools rather than, for example, go into business or going to work for corporations that pay better? And the second part of the question was about the size of the sample of the population tested as part of the report that we received today. Who can take the first part of the question? Now, the second part, I think the sample was 300. There was a 6% difference in a group of 300 people, and I'm afraid to say this is statistically insignificant. We have a lot of ideas here. We've been hearing about all sorts of things. As the director of the Institute for Educational Research, I can promise you that if you come to us with an idea for a good study, decently done, with a representative sample, with a control group, then we will definitely do it. For 20 or 30 years we've been saying we know how things work, or we've got examples from other countries, but very often these examples are sort of intuitively correct, but they are not supported by research, by good research. When we look at a good research, sometimes it turns out things are quite different. For example, this pertains to the methodology of teaching. We do lots of things, very interesting things, intuitively. The mayor's book about how to work with multimedia is like the Bible of multimedia, and that's based on research, but it's practically unknown in Poland, so we are kind of lost in this situation, and there are some good ideas that we don't even know about.
Well, finally, I would like to wish you choosing the right strategy, and then good luck with implementing the strategy. Thank you very much for this meeting. Thank you very much for this discussion.
jeszcze bardzo krótko. Owszem, jest przerwa i już się Państwo na nią kierują. Smacznego.
It's already lunch break. Let me remind you that there's another stage, and there you will be able to see meetings with representatives of schools that participate in the initiative. And they are discussing using technological change, using Apple and HP equipment. And then we're also going to have a discussion about the competences of teachers and students, digital competences, of course. All that is available on the other stage, the other room. So bon appetit, and let's have a 30-minute break until 1.
Ponownie Państwa witam
Welcome again
w kolejnej części.
to yet another part of our conference. Some say that, particularly after a lunch break, we should do some exercise so that we don't fall asleep to boost our circulation, but I'm not going to encourage you to do that or force you to do it. I hope that stimulation will be due to the School 4.0 initiative. Over to Michał Kanownik, Head of Digital Poland. Hello for the third time, and I promise you this is the last time. Very briefly and to the point about our initiative School 4.0. We talk extensively about having a smarter school, about teaching teachers and students the right skills. But for that, we need to have the right people who know how to do it. So we've invited a group of experts to work on the subject. And before I introduce the experts to you, I think most of you are familiar names. But let me explain what this group of experts are doing in our initiative. The experts are part of the Programming Council of the Digital CEE Edu Summit, and this will be a cyclical event, so I can invite you to the next one. We will talk about progress made over the last 12 months, and we will measure ourselves against other countries in the region. Secondly, our council, our experts will evaluate the results of this year's test. We'll try to draw positive conclusions from the test, how to prepare ourselves even better, ourselves and teachers, to use the internet in practice, and which tools would help the Polish school, Polish teachers to improve practical competences. Practical, I'm emphasizing the word because it is key. We're not measuring the absorption of knowledge. We trying to measure to what extent the teachers and students can use digital technology in practice. The members of our initiative are also sitting on the jury of a competition that I would like to announce for teachers all around Poland. We encourage you to develop lesson scripts using new technology, software, hardware, no limitations here. It's about a script of a lesson where you are using digital technology, or you talk about digital hygiene. It's about boosting digital skills of your students. And you should send these scripts to us. Our jury will evaluate them. And you will be rewarded, if you win, you will be rewarded with a financial reward. And this basically is to inspire teachers and to use these scripts in school. Another issue is that we can boost knowledge about using digital technology in school. I'm talking about the objectives of this competition, but please, I encourage you to send in the scripts. The first script is already on our website. It's about digital hygiene. We have tested this script with Polish as a foreign language teachers, and you can use it and draw some inspiration. There's a question from the room which is not going through the microphone. We're not restricting languages, technologies, full freedom. So please come up with any ideas that you have for these scripts. We'll be happy to take a look and select the best scripts out there. We have unfortunately already showed the composition of our initiative. In the meantime, Marek Grzywna, Teacher of the Year 2022, Iwona Pietrzak-Płachta, Teacher of the Year, Joanna Waszkowska, awarded in the Teacher of the 2023 competition, Radosław Potrac, Teacher of the Year 2023, Marcin Poprat, Teacher of the Year 2023, Leszek Janasik, and Piotr Adamczewski. We'll probably add some more names, but I think you know most of these people already, and they do not need to be introduced further. They are experts in their field. Thank you very much to all members of the Council. They will be contributing to sharing knowledge with teachers, experts, and parents, so that we prepare Polish students to the revolution that they are facing when they graduate. That's it from me. Please visit cyfrowystart.pl. You'll find more details. I hope that you will be interested in getting involved in our competition, because I'd like to have a broad portfolio of lesson scripts for teachers all across Poland, so that is a useful tool. Thank you very much once again, and over to another very interesting panel. Thank you very much.
Dzień dobry Państwu, strasznie tu świeci, dlatego ja tak musiałam się osłaniać. Jak siedziałam na widowni, to też świeci, więc wszyscy jedziemy na tym samym wózku na dzisiejszej konferencji. Ja się nazywam Anna Wittenberg i jestem dziennikarką Dziennika Gazety Prawnej i piszę i o cyfryzacji, i o edukacji, więc to jest idealna konferencja dla mnie. Mam nadzieję, że dla Państwa również. Witam Państwa na panelu, który nosi tytuł Jak cyfryzacja zmienia szkołę. W zasadzie cały dzień już dzisiaj o tym dyskutujemy, ale ja mam tak świetnych panelistów, że mam nadzieję, że rzucimy na ten temat nowe światło i zapraszam. Chciałam powiedzieć, że ten panel będzie częściowo po angielsku, bo jest z nami pani Sabina Sagi, EdTech Estonia, Head of Research Cooperation. Zapraszamy. Yes, I've said that panel will be partly in English because of... Zapraszam na scenę panią profesor Marlenę Plebańską, prezes Fundacji STEAM Polska. Zapraszam pana Pawła Czerwonego, Head of Google for Education. Pana Leszka Janasika, dyrektora społecznego liceum ogólnokształcącego nr 5 w Milanówku. Dzień dobry, z panią się nie witaliśmy jeszcze przed sceną. Zapraszam pana Dariusza Andrzejewskiego, dyrektora Samorządowej Szkoły Podstawowej nr 6 imienia Jana Pawła II we Wrześni i członka Rady do Spraw Informatyzacji przy MEN. Dzień dobry, dziękuję. I zapraszam pana Jacka Łęgiewicza, dyrektora do spraw korporacyjnych Samsung Polska.
Jeszcze mikrofon.
Jeszcze panu nie dałem, dobra. Szanowni Państwo, moja wspaniała koleżanka z redakcji, Klara Klinger, napisała z 10 lat temu taki tekst,
10 years ago a text that started on the 1st of September and it was, "Welcome to school, you have not changed at all." And I know that we've already been talking about this, and that's what I wanted to start with, because we are going to talk about digitization, about how digitization changed school. And first, I'd like to ask Mr. Janasik, the headmaster of a school. "Hello, school, you've not changed at all." Is that a true title or not? It's a very good question. Recently, in February, in fact, I was pondering a question. I think that school is, well, it is something, but how do I know it? I'm a teacher, I'm a headmaster, I'm getting information as a headmaster. I get contacts from frustrated students, frustrated teachers, and unhappy parents. Very often it's the other way around. I get happy people coming in. So I figured that I will try to be a student. I chose maths, chemistry and biology in extended formats, and I attended all lessons for a week. And I sat everywhere in classroom, in different places, but I was doing the same things that students did. I did homework. I was asked in front of the whole class. I wrote all the tests. And with the tests, it was very different. I maybe can come back to it later. But I failed with Polish because I last read one of the required texts 32 years ago, and I did not really remember much, so I just got a 6%. But extended biology, that's easy. Without any continuation, I go to class on Tuesday. We have a recap on Tuesday. I write a test on Thursday, and to my surprise, I got 2+, which is a very low grade, but it was just a passable mark. And some students failed this altogether. And this basically gave me food for thought. And I figured that they are basically in the process. They are attending lessons. And I managed to do it, even though I saw the test for the first time in a very long time, and I got 2+, 47%. And I figured there's something wrong with the people who are currently attending school, that they're failing. And I asked myself this question: what is the situation? It's not looking good. That's my answer. So school has not changed. It has changed, but it's the discrepancy, the distance between the outside world and school is getting larger. School has changed, but relatively little. I thought that the school that I work with has changed, but after this week I decided, yes, there are some changes, but the distance between the outside world and the school is increasing. Schools are getting behind. We have another head teacher with us. If you were to take an image of the school in 1980s, 1990s and today, would you find 5 differences? This is a question to me, right? 5 differences. A random number, right? No, my kids, they have books with different puzzles, and they usually have to find 5 differences. Well, I will disagree with the previous speaker that school has not changed or has changed very little. There are places where you can have the impression that school has not changed. It has changed for a simple reason, that school is not isolated from the general public. School is affected by parents, by the media. Schools may not be aware of the circumstances, but it is exposed to the outside world. As schools, we cannot allow a failure in education to happen. I would like to invite you to our school in Września, because we organize a big event entitled Better Education, and that's where we talk about what we can do to make sure that schools are going hand in hand with change, so that schools can embrace change. We are talking to our students, but first and foremost to teachers. We all have to keep developing. What can help it is technology. So in my opinion, we have better access to information, we have more aware parents, schools are more open to parents. If we're talking about change and about comparing the past and now, another important thing, technology that makes it possible, and we experienced that during the pandemic, how important technology is for schools. The third thing, and that is my conviction that it is the case with my school, it has opened up to the local community. It is not a place that is behind walls, that is only attended by students. We invite senior citizens, we invite representatives, and even we heard it in the report, we invite NGOs. The best experiences related to cooperating with the general public are related to our cooperation with NGOs that have helped us develop ourselves. They have been learning from us, but we have been learning from them. Together, we have participated with 2 projects with Code for Dream and STEAM Poland Foundations. These are places that have rejuvenated my school, but also the experience and all trends suggest that this experience can help schools that need and want to have a change in the right direction.
Taką zmianą może być technologia. So I will now ask Sabina.
You said technology could be this change.
There has been an obsession in our country with the idea that the technology will change school, and we wanted to give every child a device like Donald Tusk 12 years ago promised a tablet per child. Then there was an idea of having a laptop per child, and in fact, it happened last year. But while we're trying to give children screens, Sweden is just moving away from its hardcore digitalization program. And how it's going in Estonia? Which path did you choose?
I think we can't look at this in a black and white setting. It can't be either no technology or, let's not stop at laptops, let's put an AI robot for every student. It can't work like this. As you heard in the morning as well, we had the Minister of Education from Estonia, who is very much pro-edtech, and for me, representing the private sector companies, they see that there are issues in education. For example, we don't have enough teachers, we don't have enough support personnel. What we can do is look at what the issues are and how technology can benefit them, and we can only do that when we work together with the government as well. So I would say the government understands being quick, being operative in education is so important. So we can't go the Sweden route. They're doing a lot of things right. I would disagree on this particular issue, but it just has to go towards sensible use of technology. And I think we're really taking that on board in Estonia. So
you wouldn't have withdrawn the technology from the Estonia if you will?
No, because look at the world of work. We can discuss all we want about how schools and how education has changed, but the world of work has changed. Right now in Estonia, we have a trend of digitizing our national exams. So from next year onwards, there will be the middle school exams after 9 years when the kids are 15, 16. From 2027, it will be the national exams for when they finish the last grade. Because in the Estonian exam, you have to write for 4 or 6 hours by hand. You have to write an essay. Hands up, who has written?
Poland, we have essays.
Who has written in their work life in the last year 6 hours by hand for anything?
Nobody.
I don't see any hands. So this school should go towards what the work life expects us. Kids will still learn math and reading and sciences, but the question is, what are the skills that we can't let them not have? We want them to have the best start into work life as they can.
Okay, thank you. Pani profesor, od czego zależy droga, którą my powinniśmy wybrać dla naszego kraju, jeśli chodzi o wprowadzanie tych cyfrowych rozwiązań w edukacji?
Poland, as far as introducing digital solutions for education is concerned? And what are the problems that digital solutions can be matched with, as Sabina said? I think we have similar problems. The situations are similar in both cases. But I think it's good to start off by looking at where you are before you plan your road ahead. We have results of the European Campus on Digital Competencies in Europe from December 2023. And by 2030, 80% of our citizens should have the necessary and targeted level of digital competencies. So far, Finland is at 82% and the Netherlands is at 83%. Poland is at 43%, so we are very low. Now, this obviously changes between different age groups, but this is a sort of hard data, hard parameter that makes it very clear that we have a lot of work ahead of us. So if we now give up on digital technologies at school, that might mean that the gap will increase. Now, this is a complicated question. School means anything from 6 years of age to 18 years of age. So the success of being able to use technology effectively is all about two aspects, I think. Number one, what technologies we physically deliver to the schools. And secondly, how often do we use it? In what subject do we use it? Why not use them in an interdisciplinary way, not in silos of individual subjects? We have the report by Polska Cyfrowa, Digital Poland Foundation. And it's very clear that the ability to use digital skills grows with age. In other words, very young children don't have these skills and they shouldn't be inundated with technology. It should be more about playing for maybe 15 minutes or so. But older primary school students consider technology a natural tool, and they are the right age group. But the teachers have to be given some ideas on how to work with digital technologies in these age groups. In my professional experience, it's all about being interdisciplinary. We shouldn't talk about, computers are a thing for IT, or maybe we have something for nature, natural sciences. No, I mean cross-disciplinary tools. During the first panel with the ministers from the Baltic states and Bulgaria, somebody said that we should reduce the screen time at home, not at school. And I would like to ask you now, which of these screen times should be limited? I was very surprised to see a post on social media where a parent complained that the school made his child addicted to a telephone, and now the child won't let go of the telephone. What a weird school that was. So I think it's a great excuse to talk about what the role of the school is in this process. There's digital security, that's one thing, but can school offer anything else, anything extra, without necessarily using the student's telephone? So we should pursue the digitization of schools, and we should give schools the best possible technology, which is safe at the same time, in order to prepare children to use technology of that sort. And just one more comment about phones. There are the different rules, and sometimes the students don't use the phones at school, but this is always done in collaboration with the parents. So in our case, my school asked the parents, what do you think about your children not being able to use phones at school, not even during the breaks? Unless it's an emergency. And they said yes. So it was the decision of the parents, but the student doesn't need a phone if the school can provide them with the working tools. And the same goes for teachers. Teachers have to get the right hardware, the right tools. Just recently, I talked to a stand-in teacher who was a substitute of someone else, and he said that he met some very nice people at our school, but what he will miss the most when he goes back to his original school is that all the technology that my school makes available for the teachers. And he said they didn't have it at his school, but we provide all the tools that are necessary. About technology at school, I think you've noticed that many people say ban the smartphone. And the ban on the smartphones was supposed to be a response to the study that the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned at the beginning. 5 hours, 36 minutes per day is how long a typical teenager spends in front of the telephone in Poland. I have a question to Jacek Łękiewicz. Yesterday you wrote on your LinkedIn profile that it's going to be a tough debate today. I'm not sure why tough, but I can't leave you disappointed, so let me give you a question. The Rzeczpospolita Daily had a survey recently that showed that 70% of people are in favor of banning smartphones at school. And digital hygiene rules is something that some people promote. What do you think about it from the point of view of someone who produces devices? I think that people believed some time ago that smartphone is like alcohol. But smartphone is not like alcohol, it's like a bottle. You can pour different types of liquid into a bottle. So we are not addicted to smartphones. We are addicted to the content, and the content is created in such a way as to make it very addictive and to sort of catch or ensnare the consumer. So will you hand over to Paweł? No, just joking. Do continue. I didn't get that. Mr. Paweł Czerwony is from Google, and Google creates this content for smartphones. It was just a joke. Do go ahead. Yes, so I think it's a good comparison. You can't blame a bottle for whatever you put in the bottle. We can have very valuable content on your smartphone. You can't not use this bottle. My son is in 3rd grade of secondary school, and he will be taking the international Matura exam. And he uses the smartphone all the time for very valuable content for work he does at school and at home. I can't imagine him not using it, because he would basically have to have like a mountain backpack to carry all the textbooks to his school every day. There's so much materials and so much textbooks, and all that is accessible from the smartphone. So let me say this again. The content you can access through a smartphone can be very valuable and helpful. Android is a fantastic platform because it has a lot of free, independent applications. And many of them can be used in great ways to carry out fantastic classes. For example, there's an app that recognizes the voices of birds. So in biology class, you can go to the park and use it. So this is when you are using this bottle, the bottle, for helpful, healthy mineral water, not for alcohol. I think it was very clear in what Deputy Prime Minister said in the morning. Banning things is not the way forward. It's all about finding a better solution. Is the famous golden mean that Socrates advocated, something in between, something in the middle, to create good habits. 2 weeks ago, we launched a program with teachers and parents. It's called Galaxy Station. It starts with technical classes offline with paper, paints, crayons, and then it moves on to a very good app as part of the Blogs app, and they learn, so they move smoothly from offline activities to online activities. They learn about hate speech, about how to protect their identity online and why it is important. And we also teach about how to tell fake news from the truth. And we are trying to show how to sort of intuitively be able to look for better content. If we don't teach that at school, I'm afraid the parents cannot be counted on teaching that. Well, maybe some parents will teach it to the children, but not all of them. And everybody needs these skills. And that's why we need to train that. To come back to Sweden, I agree it makes sense to start your education from handwriting or, some basic arithmetics. These are very good competencies, but I don't understand why people believe that the alternative is either online or offline. No, let's get what's the best from offline and what's the best from online. Well, the Swedish thing, this was just for the youngest children who are now taught offline, right? I have a question to Paweł Czerwony. So if we have this bottle, how do we fill the bottle with good content? Because you're responsible for the content. Before I answer, let me just say that I'm very happy to have this conversation in this group of people. We have all sorts of institutions here. We have some head teachers, we have NGOs, large companies. So this discussion makes sense. What we're missing is a politician, I think. Maybe one of us will become a politician. But before I answer your question, let me just give you one more piece of information. Over the past 5 years, since 2018, the use of educational applications and content has grown 300%. I've been working with new technologies for 20 years or more, and I've never seen this speed of growth. And I think this is fueled by schools mostly, because if you have your local regulations for your own school, then you can pick and choose whatever you put in that bottle. Now, the amount of applications and content is huge. The company that I have the pleasure of working for provides reasonable solutions for the educational ecosystem. For example, we have games that teach about cyber threats. It's called it's a program called Be Internet Awesome, and we also give this knowledge to the teachers who have to follow a certain syllabus. Now, it might be argued that the syllabus should include information on what sort of content and technology we should be using, and this is happening. We have the nationwide educational platform platforms, and this is happening everywhere in Poland and in Central Europe. Now, I operate on 21 markets in Europe, so I have a good review and comparison of what's happening in Poland, in the Baltic countries, and other places. And all the countries have a similar approach. We have the syllabus, which tells us it's like the minimum version of what we've got to teach, but then locally it is decided about which particular solutions to choose in order to meet the requirements of the syllabus. So this should be done in a very individualized and very well thought out way. The headmasters are responsible for it, the teachers, the parents, and the state administration, which gives us the means to achieve these targets. Right, but these are educational targets. But the same device, which can be used for learning at school, is also a device that the student uses all the time. Now, Google offers all this, mineral water and healthy juices for the bottle, but Google also gives access to all sorts of bad drinks and bad content, for example, on YouTube. Now, one of the previous panels said it was the responsibility of the parents, the teachers, and the children to be in control of what the children do. I disagree. I believe it's also the responsibility of the companies that deliver the bottles and the contents for the bottles. Now, I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but what can you do to make sure that children use this good juice rather than some sweet soft drink? This is for me, I understand. So let me give you the example of YouTube. It's one of the most popular applications that is part of Google portfolio. Now, YouTube is used by individual users and by schools. And on YouTube, we have Google for Education, which is an ecosystem for schools, not for individuals. So when we are talking about moderation of the content, we have these solutions for schools. We have workspace for schools as well. And this is without any advertising. The teacher decides what content is given during what class. There are some AI elements implemented there as well as part of YouTube. And all of that gives you a rather safe environment. Now, at the end of the day, the teacher selects the content, right? So there is a lot of very good content. For example, the Polish Forest Authority has a fantastic series of videos on nature and on the different forests and the woods in Poland. And it's a great medium. It's a video, but it's a great tool to teach about nature. Now, on your regular YouTube, for individual users, there is no control, because that's business. The more times you see a piece of advertising, the better. So that's a business venture. But this workspace for schools is regulated. It has no advertising. The students' data are not collected, and the teacher is in charge of the channels that are shown and the content that's available. Yes, but you see, my question is this. If a child becomes used to treating YouTube as something safe, because it is safe in the school workplace, will the child not think the same thing, that YouTube is completely safe? The same goes for Roblox. I'm sorry, Minecraft, actually. I've confused the product. It's Minecraft, the educational Minecraft. So they use it at school. Then they go home, they log into the same product, Minecraft, but a thief can contact them online, or an adult person, a stalker. So my question is about if children treat a particular tool as safe, would it not happen at home as well? And this is about how corporations are trying to counteract the negative phenomena around the business we run. Obviously, it is the role of a company to counteract to the extent that we have competencies. You know, it's very easy to spend money on a project. The question is it going to be a good project, an effective project? So, for example, ourselves and Samsung are trying to use our competencies to make sure that this value is indeed added in the educational system. I mentioned Galaxy Station, which is a platform that has examples of classes, curricula, and other tools that help the teacher teach the children to control the device, so that the child controls the device, not the other way around. We also had another program, Digital Compact, that we started years ago, and it was very welcomed by the teaching staff. It was also about teaching children some responsibility and safety. Echo is an organization whose CEO is here in the room. They are an organization that recycles electronic devices. And together with them, we have a program that talks about the environment and how to use electronic devices in a responsible way, and when you no longer use them, what to do to make sure they're recycled. And what do you do before it? For example, we teach the children that before you recycle your phone, you have to make sure you clean all the data or your personal data from the phone. We show them how to do it. And there are curricula, there are lesson plans ready for the teachers to use, and there are also class and school trips to these recycling plants to show the children how it works. So this is just a handful of what we do, and we do feel the responsibility for these things. So to the extent wherever we are competent, we are trying to chip in and help out. Now, right now,
our great directors, please.
I think what we are not talking about enough is empowering the teachers and the parents. I think following your analogy, the parents are the ones who are buying the bottles and the teacher is the one who's opening it. So what can we do to actually increase their feeling of power and empowerment? One solution would be to support the development of national edtech solutions. So in Estonia, there is a lot of autonomy that school leaders have where they can choose where they put the money. Is it in brick and mortar? Is it in technology? If the teacher has a wide variety of solutions, a wide toolbox, that gives them the power. In Estonia, I don't have to convince anybody if it's a book or edtech. It's about, is it Google or is it local edtech? So if the local edtech gives them the feeling that, hey, I can teach in my own mother tongue, I know to get in touch with them. You know, has anybody tried emailing Google at google.com? It takes a while to get an answer from that. But really, the quickness and the speed and the local support gives both parents and the teachers something that they can control. And in that sense, the bottle can be a diverse mixture. There's still responsibility, but let's make it more than one solution.
Okay.
Króciutko chciałbym się odnieść, korzystając z mojej perspektywy, którą
I'd like to share my perspective. We started the digitization of our school in 2013. It was something brand new, and since then we've had many people who've come and went on. 11 years ago, everyone was amazed with the digital world, both the students and the teachers. Everyone was very enthusiastic about it. Now, all the steps that have been taken in the process by the company and by education have been major. But at secondary school level, we get a student who's already been shaped in a way. They have some habits. So getting rid of bad habits and filling the bottle with something smart this oleum is very difficult. It takes 2-3 years, and then the student leaves. They know a bit more about digital hygiene, what to use, what not to use, and it's not just a tool for connecting to friends, but the problem definitely exists. Coming back to what I said at the beginning, I noticed an amazing thing. Every break, 90% of students take out their phones and they are checking what's happening around them in the world. 90% of them get immersed in their smartphones straight away. So there's a problem in working together without a strong idea for working with teachers, parents, students. So we need a lot of effort. If we just ban smartphones, we'll be enemies number one for the students. And if they're dealing with something bad, they will be even more enthused about it. Yes, about what I was saying the last time, that at our schools we're not using smartphones during break time. In principle, a teacher can agree to that according to certain rules. But the question that we asked ourselves very early on when we were planning this ban, because we knew that the students had to get something in return. So they were losing the phone, but they had to get something else. And it's not enough to just ask them to talk to their friends. So we asked them to compile a list of things that they would like to do instead of using their smartphones. And they came up with a 35-item list of different things that can be introduced to any school, I think, to swap the activity in front of a screen with something else. Creativity, but also having time together, like various games, offline games, board games, for example. But item 34 included a rope slide, and that's something that you can build in any school, but you need to hear the feedback of the students. It's about the accountability and responsibility of all parties here. That's what we're talking about. Now, I would like to pick up on two things that have been touched upon, but let me start with what Darek said, because I know his school very well. Is managing the time for students during breaks is a good starting point to dealing with technology in general. At the foundation, we are creating corners of silence, of games, of art, of conversation, where students can go and spend time differently than with a smartphone in hand. They can be creative, they can relax, because they are very tired, so they need an opportunity to relax. They are working very hard in school, so they need time to relax. So it's very good to ask students what they would like to do instead of using technology. And the second thing I wanted to refer to, this was about habits. I have the pleasure of working with kids, very small kids, in preschools, primary schools, and then in secondary schools. In secondary schools, you get students with certain habits already, but it starts much earlier. Even in primary schools, the kids come with their favorite games, environments that they work in, and that's very dangerous. Even very young kids already have habits. Where do they get the habits if they are 6 or 7 years old? When they come to primary school, well, there is a dialogue of parents and schools. Parents insist that digital tools in school are a no, because it's very dangerous. And at the same time, the school gets kids who already know everything that's online, not necessarily the right content. And this is because many kids, and this is also demonstrated in the report that we are talking about, because they have access to their parents' smartphones or tablets, and they can use and have contact with any content whatsoever without any supervision. They are allowed to use apps that are not just about colors and letters. They can use all sorts of apps such as YouTube. So it is a big threat, these habits. But I think that the quality of technology, the quality of brands that we select in school, and also what you talked about, this freedom of choice for the schools, for teachers, not imposing a specific type of software, a specific type of hardware, good quality of solutions, training for teachers to choose the right solutions, and to be able to diversify the intensity of using. If we're printing something in 3D, it will not work the same in every school and in every class in a given school. We have different groups, we have different contexts, different skill levels, etc. So cooperation, that's number one, and a lot of freedom for schools in making the choices about what to use and how to use it. If I can just drop in, because you learn in many places, in schools, but also at home. And we have functions. In school, you have headmasters, teachers, pedagogues. They shape the ecosystem. They say this is software, this is hardware. And they control, in a way, they manage the educational process. But when kids go home, it's up to the parents to make such decisions. They have to work with their kids. They have to be aware of what their kids are using. So finally, I'd like to emphasize the fact that in this educational ecosystem, we have different places where education is taking place, and you have different responsibilities. And that is split between the school and the house. Right, we just have 10 minutes left. If I may, let me refer to the content of the bottle issue. What Paweł talked about is very strongly related to a certain culture of work in school, and we can teach that. If we introduce a specific standard of services that we offer, that the teacher can use, irrespective of the company that's behind it, whether this comes from a global corporation or a local small business. But if we can make sure that these solutions are safe, if these services are available to everyone, we can use them using safe solutions at home. If the school gives a student electronic or digital backpack that they can go home and use at home, using their device even, to get access to the same services that are available in school, that's very comfortable. But we have to think about it. We need the right standards. We need to demonstrate that it's feasible, that every graduate from your school, when they go to university, probably gets an electronic backpack of services. And those who graduate from university, they will get an electronic backpack at work. That's what's happening globally. It's a set of very different services, but it is becoming a standard that you can provide. And another thing, for that to happen at school, I took a look at the results of this report. A great operation of the National Poland Education Network, OSE. It was a great effort in providing internet connections to schools, but it's not good enough at the moment. My service provider offers me 300 megabyte symmetrical connection, 300 megabyte by 300 megabyte. The school gets 1,100 connections, endpoints of the network, and we get 1 gigabyte by 1 gigabyte. That's the bandwidth. And the standards that have been proposed until recently was 100 megabit. So OSCE was really well behind. We cannot pour anything into the bottle if we don't ensure a certain standard of services in every single school. And we need to guarantee that to teachers, students, and parents.
And the same goes for the parents. The parents very often calculated that buying the subscription for a service by company X costs them 1 Polish zloty a month, not 360 or 400. So there is competition, and you can try it out, but you have to first have a needs analysis for the school. Now, as we wrap up the discussion, I would like to move on to the future. Will it be possible in the future to have no teachers at all in the educational process? We have online platforms that help us search for knowledge, maybe also driven by AI, which is a very popular buzzword. It's maybe overhyped these days, but the tools are there. So this is the question. Will teachers become dispensable, or what will be their role?
We actually still have teachers. They're not all robots. So far, so good. But no, teachers will not disappear. I think the role of teacher will expand in the sense of becoming more of a mentor when the strict lines between the different subjects are going away. So they kind of are intertwining with each other, a lot of project-based, a lot of learning by doing, really to getting that critical thinking skills, the cooperation skills, the soft skills that AI cannot provide, but those can be done on a human element. So a teacher, a mentor, somebody out there has to be still the one guiding a human development through there. So as digital as I am, I mean, in Estonia, I've been using school management system since 2002. So a whole generation is pro-digital, but I still believe my kids and my grandkids, God forbid, will have a teacher. Definitely.
To właściwie moglibyśmy z tego już zrobić wystąpienia kończące.
I think maybe these are the last comments, okay, because we're running out of time. So make it your last comment, please. It's not a bad idea to look at statistics. When we look at any report about the competencies of the future, most of the elements on the list are in two groups: social competencies and digital competencies. Right now, we want to teach both, create tasks and projects that don't treat these two separately. So there is not a separate task for social and separate for digital, but want to combine them. However, when we look into the future, the social competencies will remain the biggest challenge because of the very development of digital competencies. It will be even faster than now, and it's difficult for people, for humans to learn. But the role of the teacher will certainly change. Many things, a lot of information can be obtained from the internet, and the older the student, the more they can learn on their own. So I agree that this will be the role of a mentor, of a coach, and a supporter who supports the students in sort of self-learning process. Secondary school teenagers are very good at using all sorts of platforms and systems. Sure, they have teachers at school, but they're very independent and very self-sufficient. Now, the younger the pupil, kindergarten, early school, I don't think there is anything better than a teacher in the classroom at that stage. I would like to refer to two debates we had in our school. One of them was in June, And the title was, "What do we need school for anyway?" And the second was this year, it was about AI and the service of education. Now, the debates brought together students, teachers and parents, and they worked in small groups together. And the conclusion, especially from the second debate, was that it's all about relationships. It's about interpersonal relationships. Now, school is a very important place where our interpersonal relationships develop. It's during the class, it's during the break, it's relationships between the adults and the child and between the children. It shows us how to use the technology, which is what we've been talking about. So AI cannot replace all that. Everybody's a little bit anxious about AI. Everybody knows that AI can be used for bad purposes, like with this bottle, right? Why do I bother doing my homework for 45 minutes if AI can write it for me in 5 minutes? So AI will never replace interpersonal relationships. So that's what we need to remember about at school. And we also have to consider, who do we want to have at the end of school? This person who enters the adult world, what should they know? What skills should they have? There isn't much space for reflection at school. We're always in a hurry. We want to teach the students as much as possible to make sure that they pass their leaving exam. But what about the relationships? I would like to repeat the words I heard from one of the directors at the Educational Research Institute. He said that in the future, probably the only reason for the existence of school will be to have and to be in relationships for the students and the teachers will be indispensable for that. And that's why we have the 3 pillars of why school exists. One of them is relationships. And what can AI do at school, and what can it do to schools? Well, this is an incredible tool that can support teachers if they know how to do it, because this will support them and it will move their role in the direction that Sabina mentioned, a sort of supporter in the educational process, a guide in the educational process. Even today we can see, and this is clear from examples from schools, that the very sort of dry content of knowledge can be consumed at different places. But the role of the teacher will be shifting, will be changing. So teaching things like creativity, for example, I don't believe it's possible without a human being. I think that AI and autonomous engineering will develop very fast, but humans will be at the center of cognition more and more. We will need more and more experts who deal with other people. In Warsaw, we have the biggest competence center outside the USA. It's a competence center with 2,000 engineers, but the people we are looking for today are of humanistic education, not engineers. We no longer need just technical skills, which was the case 10 years ago, but not anymore. We have this program, so for tomorrow, which is a support system for education. And we train as part of the 4C: communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. So these are the 4 Cs. And these 4 competencies is something we believe in. This is what we think will be needed in the future. It has to be developed, and a computer will not teach us that. a human is needed. And this is not just taught at school, you also learn it outside school. It's not something you learn as you prepare for an exam, it's something you learn throughout your life. So the teachers are not just the people who work at school. We have all sorts of friends, mentors, managers, different people who teach us all these things. I think most has already been said. Now, looking from the point of view of big tech, as we're called, I have to say that the digital tools that are being developed for the educational system mostly help move from the traditional way of a teacher who transfers knowledge to the role of a mentor who guides the students. By using modern digital solutions at school, we save some precious time. And a teacher who has more time can invest the time in more personalized education. So that's one of the key aspects, I believe. Now, there are all sorts of technologies. There's AI, there's video tutoring, there's lots of different technologies that can be used, but one way or another, the teacher becomes a mentor, and by using these modern technologies, he or she has more time for this sort of personalized teaching, because children need it more and more as well. So I think it's a good direction. And a teacher will definitely not disappear for many dozens of years to come. I can wager a bet. But the role will evolve. A very warm thank you to all of us. I think this smoke that we can see is to kind of get us off the stage. We're running out of oxygen, I think. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, and I hope I'll see you again in the future, because I think this discussion can go on. Thank you.
Tych pytań o kompetencje padło dziś sporo. Tu, na tej drugiej scenie również.
We have talked a lot about competencies, and these questions were mostly about the teachers' competencies. The question was to what extent they can adapt to the way they teach and how to adapt themselves to this changing world. And there's a question about the competencies of the students. To what extent can they use the technology not just to consume content, but also to be aware in how they consume this content, what they think of it, and what the consequences are. At the end of the discussion, the panelists mentioned the competencies of technology, the competencies of AI algorithms. So the question is, can they replace teachers? Well, no, not for the foreseeable future. And there's a number of reasons for that.
I o tym też krótko rozmawialiśmy, ale za chwilę się na tym skupimy. To wszystko też oczywiście opiera się o kwestie związane z tą higieną technologiczną.
This also relates to the issue of internet hygiene, safety and security.
Świadomie, umiejętnie korzystać z treści, które...
You have to know how to use the content that technology makes available.
Pytanie o fake newsy.
And the topic of fake news and all sorts of threats brought about by the internet arise. And AI probably also brings about these questions. The ethical use of AI is a question we have heard about, and it was discussed today. And this might be one of the key threats, as we have heard. So fake news, cybersecurity, and cyber threats are what we're going to discuss in the next panel. Krzysztof Kieryczuk is going to chair the meeting, who is also a teacher at the Sobieski School in Warsaw. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting for the panelists. Michał mentioned digital hygiene and about this textbook. It's a textbook for parents and students and the teachers about this digital hygiene aspect. So I would like to do a short test using your knowledge and your experience. Who in this room has ever seen a driver who's driving and holding a mobile phone in their hand and doing something on the phone? Well, everybody has seen a driver like that. Who in this room has ever watched all the episodes of a single season of a series on Netflix? Well, most of you. Who in this room takes the mobile phone with them when they go to bed, when they go to sleep, and put it next to the bed? Well, the vast majority. Who browses things on your mobile right before falling asleep? Again, the vast majority. So digital hygiene is one of the topics in this textbook. As it turns out, people have a huge problem with digital hygiene. We are the generation that wasn't born into the internet, like our students. We were taken by surprise by the internet. It was something we discovered. Some people thought it's great, other people thought it's a danger, it's a threat. I don't want to go there. My parents are like that, so they are afraid of using internet's novelties like internet banking, for example. Now, we were not taught digital hygiene, it's a new thing, so we are still learning ourselves. And digital hygiene is something that this textbook touches upon quite extensively, and I would encourage you to pick up a copy of this textbook and to share this knowledge with your colleagues and also at school. I think it's worth your effort. As it turns out, 54% of people globally is addicted to the internet. For comparison, 49% use an electric toothbrush.
Jeśli chodzi o to, jak wielkim
wyzwaniem jest dla nas internet i w którą stronę pójść.
Now, this is an example of how serious a threat the internet is. Now, let's talk about cyber threats, fake news, cyber protection, and all of that in the context of a school. So how do we transfer all these things onto the ground of a school situation? Let me invite the panelists to join me on stage. Beata Galas,
Pani Katarzyna Hernandez,
Katarzyna Hernandez, head teacher, headmaster at the digital education team, Magdalena Wilczyńska, head of cybersecurity at NASK, Patryk Zakrzewski, member of the board at Demagog Association.
Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the school is an educational institution, the purpose of which is to transfer knowledge, skills and social values from the teachers to students. Schools organize formal education, which means that teaching and learning is carried out in a structured and systematic ways. In Poland, education at school is obligatory. This is a definition of what a school is. Today we want to talk about a digital school. What is it? What rules do we have in a digital school? And who should organize education at a digital school? Should the parents do it, or the teachers, or maybe the administration? That is what we're going to be talking about today. And that's what I want to start with. So I would like us to begin by defining digital school. What is it? I googled, I entered digital school, what is it? That's what I googled. And as far as the definitions are concerned, there is loads of them. So what do you think digital school is? Beata, what about you? Thank you very much for inviting me. I hope this is going to be a very interesting discussion for all of us. Now, I believe that digital school is a kind of school where every day, in every class, the students and the teachers use the digital technology which is available at that particular school. Now, with my technological background, I always repeat that it's not the purpose of technology to replace the teacher, but to make the classes more varied, to make sure that the students can absorb knowledge in a more effective and efficient way, and to make it more interesting, and also for everybody not to be afraid of using technology, especially the teachers. So is it being online and using the content? No, by no means. Technology is there to support how the classes are run by the teacher. So we don't just let the children into the classroom and we start an IT class and we tell them this is your PowerPoint or Google presentation, create a presentation. What I'm talking about is to use technology in order to make a student more interested. Katarzyna Hernandez, what is a digital school? I'll take a different angle. I think that digital school is a school that that allows the children to use technology to get knowledge. The technology is not an aim in itself. The technology is a tool to learn things, to find information, to book theatre tickets and that sort of thing. But it's also about digital hygiene. In other words, I know when not to use technology. And it's also important to be able to detect online threats and to know where to look for help. Who to talk to if I detect a threat online. So a child that's leaving school should have these skills, should be ready to use new technology in a safe way. Magdalena Wilczyńska.
Również dziękuję za zaproszenie. Szkoła cyfrowa to... Ja mam takie trzy klasyfikatory.
I would say three things about digital school. First of all, it's a school that's open-minded towards new solutions. It's a school that provides equality in access to knowledge, and it's a safe school. Safe and resilient to cyber threats that we all have to face. Patrick? Thank you for inviting me. Let me just say that Demagog Association is an NGO that verifies and validates the different statements and promises by politicians. We verify whether what our politicians say is true. So sometimes I believe, and this is something I encourage students to do, sometimes it's a good idea to ask yourself a very basic question, namely, can we define what a school is at all without even the adjective digital? There's a lot of debate about what the role of a school, a corporation, an NGO is. But are we sure that we know where schools are headed? We have heard that schools should prepare young people to enter adulthood and their professional life, but there are many other areas outside of professional life that school has impact on. In order to be able to define what school is, we should first of all consider what we expect of a school. Is this just a storage place where parents can leave children for 8 hours? Well, it is one of the important functions. Is it a place that prepares citizens to participate in democratic processes actively? And another very important task that I don't think anybody has mentioned today. So before we answer the question about what a digital school is, I think we have to first to go back to basics. Especially when fighting fake news, I feel it's always very important to ask these very fundamental questions first. But I do agree with what the previous speakers said, especially Magda, about these three pillars that are necessary for technology to be present at school in a healthy and useful way. Magda said it should be a safe school. You said we need to define what we expect of the school, and by the same token, what the school expects. So what do we expect of a school, and how do we provide safety to school? As the children's rights representative, what would you say? I don't think anybody has an ultimate answer to this question. It all depends on the needs of an individual school and teachers and students. But a digital school, well, it's the same. It depends on the needs of a particular school. So you have to ask there what they need, what requirements they have. And what support it needs to be a good school. We need to ask, for example, do you need an internet connection? What speed? What hardware? What competencies? We cannot talk about digital schools without having competent teachers who know how to run digital classes. As the representative of children's rights, I would also consider asking the children what they think they need, or what equipment they would like to use, maybe none. So it's interesting to learn what the children think about these needs, and that's how I would design the digital school. But will it not end up with the children having completely different ideas, and the students having, and the teachers and the parents having all different ideas? How do we reconcile these things? This is what normally happens. Everybody has their own version, but if we get together and talk, then we have a general idea of what a school like that should be like, what this digital aspect is all about. And I'm sure that every opinion will have a grain of what we can use, and then design a school in collaboration. Magda, at NASK, you research anything related to the internet, but in education as well. So what does it mean for schools? I agree fully that the needs of different teachers and schools and students can be, and probably are, different. Very often we focus on fighting emergencies, fighting fires, because, for example, there was a data breach or cyberbullying at school. But in order to provide safety, we have to act before that stage. If we're already at the stage of a data breach, or the students, the teenagers being having too many stimuli, or there are some other threats that materialize. For example, this new trend of using AI. Students, 30% of them use AI, but only 5% of teachers use AI. So there are these discrepancies, and we have got to educate people and also equip people, including teachers, in these cyber hygiene-related tools instead of fighting individual fires. Patrick? What we need for safety in a digital school is optimism. I was in Gdynia at a similar conference last week, and the representative of the youth council of the city talked, mostly to young people from secondary schools, and he talked about this extremely dangerous future that this poor generation will live in. It was dreadful and terrifying, and that's when I realized that we talk about threats so much when we talk about fake news and security and safety, but I don't think that a school is a place that is only prepared for external dangers. I would like for Polish schools to focus on the fact that Katarzyna emphasized, that there are lots of different schools. Some of them might need similar solutions, others might need different solutions. So I would like for that to be a place that everybody has this feeling that it's useful now. It's a good place to be, it's good to be part of this community, create things together, and by the way also counteract certain threats. So if school is to be safe, we should start off by giving some essence or some sense to school. It should not just spend its time securing itself from threats. We're pretty good at that, actually. Adults know what liability we have in the light of the law, so we are prepared for some of those risks. So this discussion, for example, the discussion today is a good example of that. But, as it was mentioned during the previous panel, we also need some optimism and a vision of what school should be in the future, and this is something we don't have.
We keep talking about digital school. Yes, we get in when you need to extinguish fires. Yes, we need education. Yes, we are dreaming about the digital school. perhaps it would be good to say, stop, let's not pretend that we are digitizing something if we don't have an idea for that. Let's design a digital school, and then we can introduce solutions that are there in reality. I totally agree. We had a talk outside about the fact that a lot of things are happening. We all want to introduce all sorts of changes, new projects, very diverse ventures, as public institutions, as NGOs, as tech companies. But what we need is a systemic and comprehensive approach to the problem. We had labs of the future. We had laptop for fourth graders, a program that has been suspended, laptops for teachers, enter lessons, and other projects. This was all about giving support to teachers and students, but I think that it's all plugging gaps. We are trying to address specific ad hoc problems, and we are lacking consistency in our approach. And that is the key. We need to start building awareness of digitization. We need to build a vision of where we want to be in 5 to 10 years. We know that technology is moving on so fast that we're not able to say what's going to happen in 10 years' time. But we need a plan. We will be able to modify the plan, but we need a direction. And not just keep getting new ideas. And when something changes, when there's a new government, we start from scratch. We need to ensure that there is an evolution that will bring results. And I think we need to ask teachers, students, and parents what they expect from school. What is their perspective on the direction of the school? But I think you did some survey. Yes, we have been asking teenagers, schools, and parents. And that's why we are talking about different problems, because there are places where they don't have enough power sockets in school, rather than competences being the problem. We need to talk. We need to establish what is the problem in a given school. We need to diagnose the situation, but we cannot take every single perspective into consideration. Patrick, I have an impression, to put a fly in the ointment, perhaps a digital school is fake news. Well, we cannot verify that. It doesn't sound verifiable, in fact. But I think we have a lot of examples of disinformation. We tend to call it fake news. I hate the term fake news. It's disinformation. But we get all sorts of disinformation using different vehicles, narratives. A concept that was left-wing is now used by all parties. We all keep hearing about narratives. All political parties are talking about narratives these days. And I think a digital school is a narrative. It is a narrative that is techno-optimistic. It shows that, or purports to show that we will be able to introduce changes that have been impossible, and now they are possible because of technology. We will be able to overcome difficulties in schools, and this way we are turning a blind eye to issues such as funding for education. Our funding is very low. We are boasting with our military spending these days, but we're not ready for peacetime, where we can put a lot of money into education to support teachers and students. The concept of a digital school is this narrative that puts us in a certain framework. And I think to find good solutions, we should go out of this box or out of this framework. It does not mean that meetings are not needed, because we're talking about specific aspects of technological change. But in the discussion about technology, it's very often to lose sight of the larger picture. And that is the problem that is linked to the fact that we don't have this long-term strategy. When we're looking for technological solutions for problems in schools, very often these are solutions that are supporting a specific vision of school. It's about patriotic education. It's about setting the nation as key. It's a school that produces great employees, and these are competing views of school. If we're talking about technology, but as legislators, we know that we want patriotic employees. It's no wonder that policy will be different towards technological change in school. I think we need to take a step back. We need to agree on the basics before we start talking about implementation of changes on the role of technology. Without it, it will be difficult to maintain a long-term strategy. And as we heard about it during many panels, we need this long-term strategy to copy Ireland, which has been implementing such a strategy since the 1970s. We heard that the problem of schools these days is that they don't have power sockets, but internet access is not a problem. Maybe it still is a problem in rural areas. I've not checked that. Perhaps you have some data. NASC does provide internet access to schools as part of OSCE, and I think 90% of schools, but there is this small percentage, 10% of schools who have poor internet access or no access. A question to Katarzyna Hernandez and Beata Galas. How can we support these areas which have problems with digitization? How do we support the rural areas, I think, in particular, which have access with internet access, with power sockets? How can we help? Should it be the support, should it be provided by local authorities, headmasters? What can we do about it? Well, things like that are being done. There are maps of places where there's less internet or where kids don't have good access to technology. Sometimes these are rural areas, sometimes not. It will depend on the headmaster who can obtain funding, can get hardware, who wants teachers to be qualified. There are many places to turn to if you feel like it. We talked about this long-term strategy, and I think apart from it being a long-term strategy, it needs to be a dynamic, adaptable strategy, because we used to have a government strategy where OSCE was supposed to provide internet access. We had labs of the future and enter lesson. And the point was to train teachers so that they had competencies. We had programs where schools were able to obtain hardware. So on paper, everything was all right. And then the pandemic struck, and we had to redraft everything because the speed of the strategy was not good enough. Schools had to switch overnight into a remote teaching mode. Whether they were digital or not, I don't know, but they had to work remotely. So how do we support? I think you cannot support schools without asking them for information. We need to have a map of their needs. Some schools will need power sockets to connect 30 computers. Another will need training for teachers to build up competence. And others will say we have everything. And now we'd like to focus on digital hygiene. So I think it's not possible to improve the situation without broad consultations with schools. This strategy should basically correspond with the needs of specific schools. What can we do? Well, we need to take a step back. Before we do something, we need to take a step back and ask, what do you need? Without it, there will be no progress. Beata? Well, there is no single answer to all this. I agree with the previous speaker. There is no silver bullet. Every school has its own needs, and perhaps it would be good for schools to get funds that it would use at its discretion to plug the gaps, to address the needs that they have. But we know that schools, some have a lot of technology, are very entrepreneurial and are using this technology, and there are other schools which don't have this technology. And there are a number of programs that are open to schools. They are focusing on school development. Certainly, we cannot focus on big cities. Small towns and rural areas should also be eligible, should obtain all the support. And they need equal opportunities. And finally, last year, I managed to implement a big project for innovative schools. Google for 2,500 schools. This was not just for big cities, but also for small towns. Right now, we are about to announce a big project of building awareness. Be DG safe. It's going to be open to rural areas, small towns. Every citizen, every school will be able to benefit from this program. A question to you, ladies and gentlemen, now. Who of you is using the internet every day? Please raise your hand. A vast majority. Who has seen a video on YouTube at least once? A vast majority. Who of you read one article entirely online? A vast majority. And who of you, after reading this article, thought about that maybe this article is not true and you started verifying it? Congratulations, a lot of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just been talking about the technological history of digital school. Now I'd like to move to the matter of curriculum for the digital school, because more and more teachers talk about the need for media education, for media literacy. More and more teachers are saying that they don't have the right skills to do that, to address cyber resilience, fighting digital threats. Patrick, how do we create and what should be included in the curriculum to fight disinformation in schools? If we were to wait for changes to the curriculum, I think that would take forever. Well, we as NGOs take action straight away. We're not waiting for things to happen. Demagog itself is a fact-checking academy. It's running a fact-checking academy, but we have many initiatives that address disinformation in education. And we have a slogan, and I hope it's also attractive for teachers. We are giving you a helping hand in fighting disinformation. We know that teachers have a lot of expectations that they're dealing with. They are expected to do many things. We are experts in this, so we are trying to lend them a hand. we'd like to share our experience with teachers. In response to specific cases, we can create materials, some content to talk about disinformation without huge preparation. We also have scripts for 5, 10, 15 minutes of a lesson. So a teacher can take any subject, whether it's a foreign language, biology, geography, or whatever other topic. You can find space to teach about fighting disinformation and searching for the truth. We're not the only organization which is active here. And considering the fact that we keep hearing about media education again, 15 years ago we had it in Polish schools, and then it was withdrawn, and it was a mistake. It didn't happen, it was not supported in subsequent years. And we keep hearing about different proposals, whether media education should be a separate subject or it could be a horizontal set of skills. And I encourage you as a representative of Demagog horizontally. It's the basis of education in general. You have to ask questions when you're learning. Thing you can do straight away. If we don't have the right resources, you can question something that's in the school books. Why is there specific content in school books? Why has someone opted for certain aspects of a given case in the school book? We have this great school book, History and the Present, HIT. It was a famous, ideologically biased school book, and you can easily discuss this. Let's question, and it does not always involve a lot of effort and technology. A lot is happening. There's a whole list of available materials that you can use, and I would like to have more NGOs involved, less business, not because the solutions proposed by business are not valuable. They are valuable and attractive, but there is a small conflict of interest there. And as a result, as the public, we should have more control on that, because if we have companies that have an interest in us using their services, whether they are social media, manufacturers of hardware, or search engines, we need to check whether they are not promoting somehow themselves. I'm talking about this from a perspective of an organization which is cooperating with YouTube, TikTok, or Facebook. I encourage you to question whatever you're doing. The ministries who are media sponsors of, or the sponsors of this conference should also bear that in mind. We have to remember that there are some risks related to conflicts of interest. Business has overtaken responsibility for educating about fake news. And that's a great comment. I feel that from the point of view of ministries, it's easy to sign an agreement with some big company and ask a big company to take care of a given slice of education. But we know the risks involved. We should have more to say as a country, as the government, about such programs. And this should result in a higher budget. Beata, Magdalena, and their organizations are also providing such training. And they have the right content, the right materials. Perhaps it would be good to sit down together and discuss this. Let's create a single program, maybe. Magdalena? But then you have to implement this program. We cannot use technology only during IT, but media education, critical thinking, and cognitive errors should be discussed in a number of different lessons. Demagog has created such scripts. It is feasible to have a conversation, but then we need to have the teachers who feel safe spreading this knowledge, because sometimes these lessons are really difficult. When you are exposing yourself to uncomfortable question, when you are questioning school books, that requires a switch in the thinking of educators. Educators need to allow for the fact that someone can question their expertise. Katarzyna Hernandez, maybe organizations like NASK and your one and Demagog, maybe you should be responsible for this expertise. Maybe you should be training teachers and students. Let me start. If I may add something about fake news. I have been managing large international programs of the digital transformation in the education sector in Google, Microsoft or Blackboard. And I was also involved in many European projects, cooperating with digitization, education ministries, universities and many other stakeholders. And unfortunately, I have to admit that I don't remember a program anywhere in Europe where in any way it would be addressed comprehensively. We keep hearing about different countries which embrace technology first, and now they are withdrawing from this unreserved embrace. Right now, I'm chairing an educational and preventive initiative implemented due to the cooperation with the biggest independent foundation that brings together CEOs and founders of different companies, directors of the biggest universities in Poland, and very good business practitioners. An international leaders forum, which has been operating for 11 years. And our flagship project at the moment is a project I talked about, Be DigiSafe. And it is with this program, with the fact that we have the determination, we bring together the best practitioners in Poland and abroad. And we want to influence, we can build awareness among not just students and teachers, but also parents and the general public, which is using this technology in daily life. So my experience, I can discuss it with the practitioners, authorities from business, and I'd like to introduce this project not just in Poland, but also outside of Poland. And I encourage you to participate in this project. Katarzyna, how can we help? Well, I think doing one comprehensive project, I don't know if it's feasible at all, because the problem of fake news and cyberbullying is so complex and so broad that I think we cannot encompass it all in one program. Besides, we're not able to run a project where absolutely every organization will be present. Each of the organizations has a different angle, and I think there's a huge added value in that. I don't know if you can agree, but in the past it was, they said it on TV, it must be true. It's no longer the case. We know that it's probably not true when they say something on TV, and we need to double check everything. So we need a different approach. We need a different program for people who are growing up in this situation. It's their new reality. We need to talk to them. So I think this one general program is utopia. I would go towards consultations. We need to talk and we need to draw from a number of programs, from search engines, social media platforms, NGOs, because we all have different expertise and we have a different perspective on the situation. And that would be hugely valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, digitization is also about threats. How do we detect threats? How do we recognize them in the digital school? How do we recognize threats and how can we stay safe? Is cyber safety and security just about antivirus additions to your smartphones that prevent people from seeing what we're doing online? How do we look after our own safety online? How do we teach students about it? Beata. Well, you can answer very briefly. These are not just antiviruses. Cybersecurity is all that is around us. Technology companies have been creating their technological solutions, digital solutions, that are dedicated to education, so that they have some influence, maybe not control, but to try to secure kids from access to wrong content. But that is not 100% successful. So the internet is not safe. I've carried out analyses of that in big international teams, and what we can do right now, what we have influence on, is building awareness. I think that is key right now. I have a lot of experience from big tech companies. I love technology, and I can't imagine not promoting technology. But we have to remember about safety and security. I'm a mother of two small girls, and I can see what threats they are exposed to. Lack of safety, lack of prevention of any kind. It's a task not just for schools, but also us parents. We need to prepare kids, to show them, to make them aware of threats, so that they know where they can go for help. I think that's necessary. Launching this program, Be DigiSafe, we want to cooperate with many institutions, but we also need their commitment. We need the support of the Ministry of Education, Science, Health, the Children's Ombudsman, NASC. We want to cooperate with many stakeholders so that the project makes sense, because if we only focus on ad hoc solutions, we will not be successful. So we encourage all stakeholders to participate in the project. I think we have the best experts in psychology, psychiatry, sexuology, and even technological companies that are interested in raising awareness. But we need support of those institutions, public institutions, so that they are aware of what we're doing, and we need their support. But I think you have support, right? Katarzyna Hernandez, representing the Children's Ombudsman. You are supporting such projects, right? Yes, we are. We think that every initiative that aims to protect children deserves attention. So we are supporting such initiatives. I'm thinking about what we can do to support school. There is no education of kids without education for parents. We need to educate parents. It has to be something obvious. Parents should demonstrate to kids how to use technology. They should be next to them. let's be there, near. If the child sees something they should not see, let's talk about it. Let's not talk about cyber violence, cyber bullying, but let's just explain that this should not happen. If something happens, you can call the hotlines of the children's ombudsman or the phone hotline for kids. And we as parents are often not familiar with the threat. We see groups emerging, maybe some fake news. We don't know what it is. Let's call 800 100 100. There's a phone number where you can call and ask. You can talk to a psychologist, to an expert, and just ask what the problem is and how we can help. Of course, we can talk about the basics of cybersecurity, two-factor authentication, backups, but we see a trend, a negative trend here between our last survey and the penultimate one. There was 1 hour more of use of smartphones by young people. This is an increase in addiction, in overstimulation. And young people are telling us that rules introduced by parents are not effective. Children have 5 to 8 accounts. They are not always official accounts. That's why we need to raise awareness and we need to react to bad content. They don't know how to do it, and we tend to approach to hate speech, cyberbullying. Well, for young people, this is an element of the internet. You don't report it, and we have to work on that. Patrick? Your last sentence. Well, I think that we had a lot of what Katarzyna said is close to my heart. Well, I'd like to emphasize one thing. We have two resources, irrespective of our role vis-à-vis the child. We can use them. It's our relationship and our time. If we are building a relationship as a teacher or an educator, and if the child knows that it can trust us and come to us to report a problem, we don't always need to provide advice ourselves. We know that there's a pain and we can seek help. And we can go to the right experts. I think we need to raise awareness about how to react and where to seek help. It's not just hotlines. There are fact-checking organizations. Just 20% of Poles are aware of the existence of fact-checkers, and it's not just demagogue. For other threats, we also have specific NGOs and units such as CERT Poland or other institutions linked to NASK. So with this relationship, we can react, but we also need time. And if kids are spending 6 hours a day on social media, we have to ask ourselves how long we are spending online. So we need to ask a question about our approach to the internet. Maybe kids are simply copying us. And we should also ask ourselves where we can offer something other than screen time. It can be our company, it can be the time that we spend together. So very often when we think about education and technology, we forget the basics. And in critical thinking, we want to go back to these issues. Do we have the time for a Q&A? We do. If you have any questions to our experts, now is the time. Tomasz Kraszewski, Athena Schools. I have a question about the leveling of expertise of many schools in a given area. In the West, you have a district administrator who's managing schools in a given district. This person manages some 40 schools in a given location, and this way this person can talk with vendors from a different position than a single school. And this person also monitors teaching levels in school, etc. So you understand what I'm driving at, right? Katarzyna Hernandez, how can we do it? It's hard to say. It's a question to the Ministry of Education. It's a good solution. It's a very good solution. But it reinforces what I said, that we need to ask schools what they need. In order to ensure equal opportunities, we need to know what the schools need. I think the Ministry of Education and Infrastructure would be the go-to place here, but it's a great idea, and I will try to promote it if I'm able. When we've been working in a big group on the laptop for fourth graders, there were some suggestions about how this program should function. It turned out differently, unfortunately, but we talked about schools making decisions about the purchase of equipment, so that laptops would go to schools rather than parents or families, because that's when we are offering equal opportunities also to schools. And I think and I hope that the new projects will be implemented with an open mind, on the basis of what a given school needs. That would be beneficial for all parties, also financially. Do we have any other questions? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a teacher. I teach small kids and teenagers, and I noticed that we need programs for parents, for young mothers, because mothers, when the child is misbehaving or when mothers need time for themselves, they are offering smartphones to kids in a buggy. And this way we are getting secondary autism. There is research on Asperger's, on secondary Asperger's, which is generated by the fact that kids are getting access to smartphones in the very first months of their life. So the kids get addicted to the screen at a very early age. Let me just add that there are also nappies using Wi-Fi that provide information that they need to be replaced. So it's not just smartphones, but nappies. So what can we do about it? I think we need programs targeting young mothers, young parents, to raise awareness of the problem. We can't do anything without parents. And I think it is terrifying when you go to a restaurant on the weekend. Next door, at the table next to you, you see a young couple with their friends, and they give the phone to a small child. And the child plays something because it's bored. And the parents need to do something. It's terrible, and of course we need to raise awareness. And I keep saying that we need to build awareness. not just related to cyber threats, but also cyber addiction. We all reach for the phone when we wake up. We all use our smartphones for 3-4 hours a day. Perhaps we have a problem. We are showing our habits, our addiction to our kids. And in terms of programs, I completely agree. The programs, the one that we are currently beginning to implement, it is dedicated not just to teachers, not just to students, but it is dedicated first and foremost to parents and the general public. But another question: will parents want to undergo such training? Even maybe it should be mandatory. I recently participated in a conference in Brussels where we talked about different initiatives that target parents. There's a lot of challenges. Where can we find parents as a social group, as a cohort? In supermarkets, in clinics for children. But I feel that if we were to do an e-learning course in the evening, a 15-minute course, I think we would all be reluctant. There would be no mass take-up of this offer. I don't know how parents can combine work with leisure and household chores. So I don't condemn them for their daily choices. I'm not minimizing the problem. And I know that giving a tablet to a child is not the right choice, but sometimes we are simply very tired as parents. But it would be good to provide this caring support to parents, to respond to their actual problems. Magda Bigaj wrote a book on digital hygiene, and she's doing a good job. And there are many NGOs that can offer support. But very often the people who are seeking support already have high levels of awareness. Maybe the school is the right place to provide information about digital hygiene. To reply to your question, there is an offer. We recently had a campaign of Empowering Children Foundation, and it was about household screen rules for parents and for kids. But I understand that those parents who see the problem, they can find the answers and they can find the support. But how do we reach the people who are not aware? They don't have it, or they are not interested in awareness. At school it's too late. Yes, maybe we actually need support for young parents. Maybe there is a mandatory visit by a midwife. Perhaps we should have a mandatory training. And I understand and I agree with you that this is a big problem. I see such situations, but I'm not condemning the people who are doing it. I don't know if these people are aware of the fact that they are hurting their own child this way. And maybe, as Patrick said, we should target the places where parents go and we should educate them there. One more question. Rafał Górski, Institute of Civic Affairs. As part of Save the Children campaign, we have sent an appeal to Deputy Prime Minister Gawkowski and Minister Nowacka on banning smartphones from schools. In Western Europe, in other EU member states, the ban is already in force or it has been announced. Why is there resistance from experts and politicians in Poland? Maybe it's not a good idea. I'm surprised that we are comparing ourselves to Western Europe. I understand that this is a need for context, but we as the Polish public probably have a specific set of problems. And one of them, as we heard, kids are convinced that a smartphone is used for a specific type of entertainment or for social media communication. That's what teenagers are using smartphones. And we as adults gives you many more opportunities. Let's use this time. During the Academy of Fact-Checking, students are using their smartphones, all sorts of computers. School computers would be good because then we are not excluding anyone who doesn't have a smartphone. But how do we prepare young people to function in the world where the world has these tools if we don't think about it in schools? Parents are reluctant to educate themselves, so we can't expect them to educate themselves and then teach their children. So here the school can play an important role. And again, if we are a democratic society, like in Września, we need to consult the people, parents, teachers and students to set the rules for a specific school. For me, a general ban is, let's have a ban on a rule that teachers and headmasters would get rid of their smartphones. Any other solution would be hypocrisy and would be treating children like not human beings, but some other category. Let's think about whether it's going to be effective. The fact that we ban using smartphones in schools, yeah, but they will finish their lessons, and the first thing they're going to do is take out their smartphone. It's not effective, and I completely agree that we need to draft the rules in such a way. We need to talk together. We need to agree some rules for kids to be aware of the threats, advantages and downsides, because we cannot say that technology is bad. We are living in the era of technology. Without technology these days, you are excluded from many areas of life. In the medical sector, in the financial sector, wherever you are, we are relying on technology. So in my opinion, it's not a solution, and we need to be smart about it. And that was the last question. Right. What if the internet is switched off? That is my last question to all of you. Thank you to my panelists. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for an inspiring discussion. I tried to incite an argument. My name is Krzysztof Pyć. I'm a journalist and a teacher. Thank you very much for the time, and goodbye. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, to those of you who've been with us until the very end. This was the second CEE Edu Digital Summit. It is my pleasure to invite you already for the next one in a year's time. If it grows as fast as this one compared to the previous one, it will be a huge event. Let me just remind you that it was organized by the Digital Poland Foundation, together with CEE Digital Coalition, and the honorary patrons include the Minister of Digitization, Education, Science and Higher Education, NASK, Children's Ombudsman, and Empower the Children Foundation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And media sponsors that you can see here. Thank you very much to our patrons, all partners. Without the partners, this event would not have been possible. I hope that you've had the opportunity to take a look at some of the stands. Once again, thank you very much and see you next year.